particularly pressing issue for developing countries, which are most vulnerable to the effects of climate change. On the other hand, these countries lack the necessary financial and technical resources to adapt to the effect of climate change. We recognize this, so our focus is to support them in their efforts to combat global warming. At the G7 Cornwall Summit in June 2021, former Prime Minister Suga announced Japan's commitment to strengthen its support for countries vulnerable to the climate change by providing approximately $60 billion worth of public and private climate change-related assistance over the 5-year period from 2021 to 2025. Subsequently, at the World Leaders Summit held on November 2021 during the COP26, Prime Minister Kishida announced that Japan would double the amount of funds to prevent or mitigate damages caused by climate change over the 5 years to countries vulnerable to the climate change, providing a total of approximately $14.8 billion in public and private sector assistance. These commitments are as high as Japan's commitments through 2020 and the largest among developed countries. This assistance will help these countries reduce greenhouse gas emissions, adapt to the impacts of climate change, and transition to a low-carbon economy. Japan will continue to lead the world's efforts to combat climate change. In particular, this year, as the chair of the Group of Seven, G7, Japan will lead the discussion on global warming prevention. In addition, Japan, through the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, has made a new contribution of approximately $42 million in November 2022 as climate change funds to support countries in achieving their nationally determined contributions, NDC, which include targets for reducing their own greenhouse gas emissions. This support focuses on expanding innovation to create opportunities for mitigation, adaptation, resilience, and further investment with a particular focus on energy. I'm very pleased that this international workshop here on low emissions transport has been realized using our fund. Japan has a high level of public awareness of climate change and has survived natural disasters such as earthquakes and tsunamis. As a result, we have advanced technological capabilities related to their issues. And we are also working to strengthen the capacity of developing countries to cope with climate change. For example, we provide technical assistance and training to help developing countries build climate resilient infrastructure, enhance disaster preparedness, and build capacity to respond to climate-related emergencies. We believe that the private sector also has an important role in this field. The Japanese government encourages companies to invest in renewable energy projects and low-carbon technologies in developing countries. We are also accelerating efforts to promote sustainable development and the adoption of green technologies throughout the industry. Japanese companies are also working to promote green technologies in various sectors in Chile. For example, Toyota Motor Corporation's Mirai hydrogen fuel cell vehicle, which was approved for the first time in Chile last December, is a zero-emission vehicle and is extremely environmentally friendly, emitting only water. Global warming is the biggest challenge that our planet is facing today, but I believe that by working together, we can face this challenge and build a more sustainable future for ourselves and for future generations. Japan is committed to supporting developing countries in their efforts to combat global warming, and in cooperation with the United Nations Development Program, UNDP, we call on all countries to join us in this important effort. I sincerely hope that this workshop will provide the insights of many experts and create new pathways to combat climate change. Thank you very much, and muchas gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, embajador.
Thank you very much, Ambassador. I would like to call now Diego Pardo, Minister of Energy in Chile, for his welcome words, opening words. Hello, everybody. First of all, I want to thank Peru for organizing this event. It is important that instances like this allow us to learn from the different efforts being conducted by the countries in coordination with the private sector to achieve our carbon neutrality objectives more effectively. I want to tell you about the experience of Chile, first of all, from the large numbers, and later from the practical experience, everyday experience that I have that I have in the ministry. The energy sector has been relatively successful in fulfilling the carbon neutrality goals up to now. Responsible energy, the energy sector is responsible for 3/4 of the emissions reduction, and it's an important task, but up to now we've been able to reduce our emissions. Different from many other productive sectors, we not only have to aim towards carbon neutrality for 2050, but zero carbon. The compensations are for other sectors. We need to aim at zero emissions. And those who know the development of this country can see that the penetration of renewable energies has been displacing fossil generation, and we've been able to reduce specifically the emissions of the electrical sector was reduced by 1/5, which is a very good news. But as a country, we've not been able to do that. If you look at our inventories, it's remained flat. And the reason for this is that the reductions we've had in the electricity have been compensated by increases in the transportation sector, driven mainly by what happened in the pandemic, where the diesel vehicles grew very quickly and very accelerated. This shows us that electromobility and the capacity to electrify transportation not only fulfills a very important role in aggregate terms, which will be responsible for 20% of emissions reductions in our carbon neutrality goals for 2050, but also fulfills a very important role because it's one of the areas where the population is related with our carbon neutrality goals. The policies to electrify consumption in Chile, although they are at about a small scale, we should share two stories that I got to know last year. Last year we delivered Energize Your SME, which co-finances equipment to electrify the consumption of small companies, as SMEs, and in this case, this was electrical vehicles. What we did is co-finance this small delivery vans. Our program, what it does is close the gap between the financing, what the price of an electric vehicle and the price a traditional vehicle, and through Banco Estado, we offered financing for the rest. This program allows us to co-finance these delivery vans, and we had some beneficiaries to Rodrigo Castillo and Raúl Vivar in the region of Puerto Montt, the city of Puerto Montt. So In the second case, Raúl shares pellets and delivers pellets, and this is compressed wood that feeds the more efficient wood heaters in some cities of the country. We had a pellet delivery service, and in the case of Rodrigo, there is a medical input consumables import company, and we've gone through a very difficult winter. In the case of Rodrigo, the pressure of the exchange rate last year, the differences in the exchange rate made that a lot of companies that import consumer goods had difficulties in cash flow, and they had to adjust the prices, raise them. The consumers are not willing to accept that price raise, so there were financial difficulties. In the case of the production of pellets last year, there was a scarcity, not only because of price, but also because of amount. Both had a very difficult winter as entrepreneurs, but including an electric vehicle reduced their cost by a third in their deliveries. Now, the experience, they told me that having an electric vehicle, the winter was the difference between success and failure, financially speaking. So the technological change was allowed specifically, in very specific terms. The technological change had actually allowed them to survive the winter, and this year looked at with other perspectives now. Now, including electric vehicles at an SME level is something that our policies have been very successful in these cases, and we need to escalate them and find new opportunities, especially in mid-sized companies. One can use a fleet of electric vehicles. Not only allows to save in the cost, in logistics costs, but also rendering other services to the energy storage companies, storage for the grid, etc. This is part of what is in a legislative package that we're driving in Congress that seeks to acknowledge these benefits that the SMEs can contribute to the network with electric fleet systems. And also, finally, we need to advance in the residential sector. At the end of last year, we managed to publish a law that delivered the first incentive to residential acquisition of electric cars, decreasing the payment of the circulation permit costs, an exception for 2 years, and then a progressive discount for the following 6. This was the first incentive that was delivered in our country for the residential acquisition or purchase of electric cars, and overall the reception has been good. The next generation, however, has a different challenge. The policies at a residential level need to take into account the level of congestion of our automobiles, simply include more electric vehicles that make the amount of cars grow. Of course, it's an advantage, but there's also a disadvantage that we will congest the town, decrease the speed of circulation, and increase the ICE vehicles emissions as well. So we need, in the following challenge, to be able to also withdraw older vehicles and not only include electrical new vehicles. These are the challenges we have at a level of electromobility. From the productive side, to find ways to compensate other uses. Instead of closing the price gap, find ways for the companies that they can innovate in the use of their fleet and render services to the electrical networks and or electrical grids, and also find other policies to driving acquisition of electric vehicles, and we want to displace older ICE cars. These are challenges, and I would like to end with a reflection regarding the stories of Rodrigo and Raúl. Many times, and this is something that countries from the global north tend to see or pivot their public policies in matters of climate change based on fear, which is natural. The fear of climate change is a mobilizer, and the consequences of climate change are devastating, and we can see them day by day. But in the developing countries, climate change can also be an opportunity to do things differently, to introduce public policies that we don't have available today, to make our matrix more productive, and bring changes to the life of people, cleaner cities, better paid industrial work, and a more stable middle class. From the countries of the global south, we need to see climate change not only as a fear but as an opportunity to do things that we didn't do before. That is the teachings by Rodrigo and Raúl. The policies to implement, to drive in electric vehicles is about cleaner cities for everybody, but also to deliver new tools to the entrepreneurs to be able to become more productive and build a more robust economy. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Before, I would like to give some space so that those who have arrived can take a seat. And I would like to call for welcoming words for Georgiana Braga, representative of the UNDP in Chile.
Thank you so much. Good morning. I think everyone has a seat. Otherwise, we can bring some more chairs. Good morning, everyone. It's a real pleasure to be here with you today. Mr. Minister of Energy, Ambassador of Japan, all vice ministers of all the countries that are joining us today. I would like to appreciate the Toyota team that is also joining us, each and every one of you joining us this morning. I thought about starting this speech by talking about the APC report, but I don't think it's necessary here. I think everyone knows this. Everyone is aware of all the needs for a change, but I think that the words of the minister also inspired me to talk about something else, and I have my colleague here with me who is working on designing the next Human Development Report for Chile, and with the change and how the changes are going to be from now. I believe that it's very important to think about the image of the future. The image of the future that we used to have was a collective image. We thought about the bullet train or the flying cart. We had an image regarding the future. And I think that after the pandemic, we don't have that image anymore. Today, we have an image of the future that has to do with disasters, wildfires, heavy rains. And I think that we need to create collectively another image for the future. And I think that we have here countries that are very committed. We have over 20 countries that are represented here that have very ambitious goals, and they have included transport in their NDCs. The climate promise, which is what joins us today, is the UNPD promise that gets us together. Every country has a very bold commitment, based on the Paris Agreement, and not just do it once, but also renew it and make their ambitions higher. The climate promise is our commitment to guarantee that any country that wants to increase their ambition is able to do so. So we support through the climate promise so countries can become their goals in concrete actions. So now, taking the NDCs as an umbrella, we want to gather the very wide infrastructure of the UNPD on a national, international level, their networks and important promises in order to help them integrate their goals. All the countries present here have included electromobility in their goals. They have a variety of lessons learned in the real world. I think it's one of our roles, and we are very committed here to provide change and to create an ecosystem and create a space where you, as a country, private sector, the academia, think tanks can exchange these real world experiences in a learning way, as a dialogue. We heard the words of the minister. The transition needs to contribute to reduce environmental pollution and greenhouse gases. But not just that, they also need to decrease the use of natural resources, preserve the integrity of ecosystems, increase climate resiliency of the territories, but also of communities. Additionally, and to be sustainably economic, countries need to be able to reduce the repair costs in order to guarantee the continuity and the quality of the service over time. And last, be socially sustainable to provide enough options of inclusion, guaranteeing an access to mobility to the most vulnerable groups. So the challenge is huge. And despite the fact that the cost of energies has decreased in the last decade and that Latin America and the Caribbean has a huge potential in this issue, we still have important challenges to create electrical generators that do not emit so much carbon. In this way, in order to manage these goals, it is crucial to transform the transport systems of the region. According to the most recent studies in Latin America and the Caribbean, we require a lot of diversification on earth transport, not just to close the gaps of the mobility in the region and improve connectivity and competitiveness, but also to comply with their goals in sustainability issues. And to do this across the board, governments, public and private entities, and also civil society, Latin America, are searching for alliances that will allow them to boost their cities to be more sustainable and more efficient. With this, electrification of the transport means is an unprecedented opportunity to reduce noxious emissions and to improve the quality of life of the citizenship. So I believe that we should aspire to another image of future, to have close and easy to take transport, but that also reduces gas emissions and the impact in our city and our ecosystems. And again, here I would like to reinforce that the climate promise is our commitment. Please count on the support of the UNPD. We are in Chile, we are in every country represented here. We have also global UNPD who can support you in this exercise, in having a dialogue and an exchange of experiences, because by ourselves we are not going to get anywhere. We need to reach out and get alliances. Thank you so much, and let's have a great session. Thank you so much. And with this, we can wrap up the welcoming words of our host, the ambassador for Japan, the Minister of Energy, and our representative. And now I would like to give the floor to our first speaker joining us from Toyota to see what is the vision of the private sector that we would like to share with all of you regarding where this technology change is going to. And what's best than those who are in a leadership position of selling vehicles in the world. And with that introduction, we will call on Vivian Mansi. She is Director of Communications and Sustainability for Toyota in Latin America and the Caribbean. Since 2018, member of the board for Toyota Brazil. On 2020, she became chair of the foundation Toyota Brazil. Now, her activities include academic presence in one of the best business schools in Brazil. And before Toyota, she was a leader in companies like MNC Paqueda, GE, Votorantim Cements, and she has several degrees in PR. Vivian, thank you so much. Can you hear me? Okay. It's a pleasure to be here today. It's an honor to be here to share what Toyota is doing in terms of contributing with this agenda that for us is so important and so crucial to change and to provide more opportunities for people. This is not a slide, but I'm going to start speaking. The important thing here for us is that, as Georgiana has already spoken to you, is to know that every one of us, from the point of view of the government, of the companies, everyone is involved in finding solutions. These are not simple, but they are necessary. We want to do them as best as possible. What I'm sharing today is 3 points of view. We start on a global perspective, where Toyota is also present, and then I'm going to tell you some other examples and some other objectives that we have here in the Latin America and the Caribbean, and I'm going to invite my colleague Ignacio Funes to go further deeper into the local situation so that we can have some experiences on how we can make progress. So, let me see if this is the slide. There it is. The most important thing, the first of all, is that Toyota is completely committed to carbon neutrality. Something very special about our strategy is that we are not doing this only based on motors and engines. At the end, we need to review all the value chain that goes through the choosing of suppliers, logistics, dealers, how we do all the value chain of the product after the sale, when the car it is in use, up to the recycling process. Of course, there are some issues in this dynamic, in this agenda, that has to do with energy. So the decisions that we made in our countries has to do with something local of infrastructure and energy grid. It's not a decision that we make based on the technology available. At the end of the day, Toyota's decision is to work on diversification. Why is this so critical? Because our commitment is to make this as decarbonized as possible, as soon as possible, because that is our way of helping us in contributing with the stopping or deceleration of global pollution. And we're not doing this just now. We've been doing this since the Paris Agreement, and we've been doing it in the best way possible, which is based on science. So this is how we're looking at it globally. Now, fortunately, we have other achievements globally. I'm going to share some of you today. On 2025, we are very close to that date. we are going to have an electrified version of each model of Toyota. That is the first great achievement. After that, I would like to say that up to 2030 we're going to have a meaningful donation in electrified vehicles in general. Then I can tell you what are the lines that we're working on. And given that we believe in diversification, we have a global selling. Please remember that Toyota has passenger vehicles in offer since the 90s. So it's something that is not new for us. We have many vehicles, electric vehicles, and some of them are electrical, some of them are hybrid. But regardless of the technology, we also have an amount of investment in hydrogen, among other things. Why is this so important? Because this helps to decrease the availability of carbon in society, and we're not doing it from a vehicle point of view, but also we have a huge commitment with Toyota plants. This means that if this commitment reaches the carbon neutrality in 2050, I can already say that in 15 years we can anticipate to become our plants in zero emissions. So how are we looking at marketing? What kind of offers can we offer? We can do this under the point of view of energetic transition. Why? Because a solution that may be useful for one country that has a lot of renewable energy is not the same as for a country that has more challenges in that direction. At the end, the methodology would be to change the problem of the place. But for us, it's important to have this talk in every country to understand the conditions, the public policies that help us make future decisions in order to bring the best of the technology. Always remembering that Toyota believes in this. So we need to live this throughout life. So those who are working in the countries, we need to speak up first because we need solutions today, not tomorrow. Imagine the case of Africa, the commitment that we have over there. In many African places, energy is not present, and when it arrives there, it's not clean. So how can we work on not leaving these countries behind? We need to have a solution that can help you since now. And besides energy, I can tell you other challenges that we have in this agenda. Imagine that we always want to change and renew our cars. They change their materials. Imagine that battery cars consume a lot of lithium, which is one of the materials that are crucial for producing these kinds of cars. But something that there's always that we don't have at hand, for example, the amount of a battery that we use to work on a BEV, a battery electrical vehicle. It's the same amount that I need to build 90 hybrids. So at the end of the day, the National Agency of Energy showed us some critical and crucial information that said that on 2030, or closer to where we are now, we will have only 2/3 of availability of batteries to do cars. So we have to think, if I have the raw material, which is limited, how can I do the best as I can with this amount of material? So we thought about having a variety of solutions, because if I invest only in electrified cars, what will happen is that the objective contribution will be lower than having this amount of hybrid cars. So it's something that we need to think about, and we are in charge of doing so. But now, from a very general point of view, globally, the big features that we have for sharing, but I'm going to tell you something that's happening in Latin America and the Caribbean. The first thing is to say that when we look at our region, we have a variety of types of needs of people. And moreover, we have a variety of energy grids that goes to all the extremes, and we have the amount of necessities that people have that go beyond transport necessities. So we need to find solutions for a very diverse region. It's not so simple, but we are looking for some solutions. I'm going to tell you some. The approach for Latin America cannot just be decarbonization or looking at car motors, because we are talking about a new amount of vehicles a year, but there's an entire fleet that is already present. So how are we going to work with bringing a more complete answer to the needs of people? And the way that we do this is under the umbrella and the mindset of the ESG. What does this mean? When we look at environment, we have a commitment up to 2050 to become zero emissions in all our parts of our supply chain, not just the motor and the engine of the car, but everything that we do. This has an important aspect of the engine. It has circular economy on also how to use the minimum as possible, and we have targets for this out to 2050, but we are already going very well. We have a report every year. It's something that is already here in place. The second part that we address is the social part. When we talk about an organization's contribution, we need to think about the spirit of Toyota, how it doesn't want to leave anyone behind. They don't want to have solutions that do not include other people. We need to think about inclusiveness that include the biggest amount of people possible in terms of the vehicle that I offer in each country, but also inclusion, diversity, and mobility. So let me tell you, in terms of diversity, I'm not going to say Chile because Ignacio is going to say that, but if you go to a Brazilian plant where we assemble the Corona Cross, where you see the women talking and working in production, it's over 400. That's something that didn't happen in the past. But along with the strategy of finding a better place, to make the world a better place. And finally, when we talk about governance, we have an important issue for Toyota, which is to be a good partner in every business that we cooperate in. We need to work with the country to be more competitive. It's not just the country, but also in dialogue with others. What can we do to increase exports in the case of the country? What do we have to do to make the country offer more opportunities to bring more internal businesses? We want to become part of the solution in a wider way. And part of this, we need to explain what are the technologies. So we still see, okay, we need to work from the Paris Agreement, but most likely we are going to have a more internal, intense dialogue with citizenship for around 5 years. So things are more intense. Then, this is a real photograph. It's not just for the presentation, but we want to present in every country all the different technologies that we have, but all together. Why? Because this makes interpretation easier, the possibility of dialogue regarding the challenges, and I'm going to share some of them with you. For example, when we think about hybrid technology, in order to bring technology to a market in a very concrete point of view, we need to think about how practical it is, how sustainable it is, and how affordable it is. These are three crucial things to move on with any technology implementation, and this has a variation in the markets. But in general, when we look about hybrid technology, something that is not plugged in, they produce their own energy. They don't use a plug. We talk about very low emissions. We have an infrastructure that is ready to go because we don't need any changes. And the cost is a bit over the traditional. We're talking about there's a change from market to market, but it will be 5% more than what it exists traditionally in the market. Therefore, gas cars, ICs, as I call them.
But how we change technologies, when we talk about hybrid plugins, emissions could reach zero, but we already have a little bit more difficulties in terms of accessibility because the the charging places are not everywhere, and the cost might double. So from the point of view of the consumer to bring in a new technology, there's a few more challenges. I don't want to go in details, but if we provide hydrogen, the potential of hydrogen is excellent, especially because we work with the concept of green hydrogen. However, in the end, we need to create the infrastructure. There are the challenges, yeah, but also the cost is higher, but it is something that's going to be developed one way or another. Um, Anyway, why do we bring all together? Because it allows the companies, governments, and all together, how do we take advantage of all the possibilities of bringing benefits to people? And I wanted to give you some specific examples. Today, in the Toyota plants of Latin America and the Caribbean, 100% of the energy is sustainable and green. So if you get a Corolla, an SW4, they leave from the cleanest possible plants, and because they use only clean and certified energy. And it's not just that, but also we use it in the circular economy vehicles. So it is a learning from us as how to do it and do it better. You can see circular economy is not a small thing. You see, for example, the noise deadening material is circular economy, and it doesn't end there. I also tell you that as part of creating solutions, and more than all creating conscience in the people, that it is necessary to go beyond. There are several other projects that talk about the future needs of people, that go through projects of the environment, endangered species protection, reforesting, creating more work and profit for the community, to work on circular economy with universities that can understand this better, create solutions, and bring an agenda that comes with innovation as well, and also mobility issues that are especially for the people, but also pets. Why do we do this? Because at the end of the day is to bring in to everyday people's issues, and we can help people to see that there are options and solutions, and Toyota wants to be a part of them. But also you might want to know more of what specifically happens in Chile. So I'm going to invite Ignacio Funes, who can tell you a little bit more about the solutions in the country. I will disconnect my microphone so there is no problem. Hello. Thank you very much, Viviana. My name is Ignacio Funes, and I'm Executive Director of Toyota Chile. I've been working more than 15 years in the company. As Viviana was telling us, it's important to mention what we're doing locally, aligned with the vision and the global vision of Toyota. First of all, we have a commitment in Chile, which is to contribute to society, and this contribution is reflected in delivering the most mobility possible to those who need it. And of course, the second commitment is to reach carbon neutrality. These are our main pillars of the commitment of Toyota in Chile. But how do we do this? How do we achieve this commitment? Which are our actual actions? So let me tell you that electromobility, we did not begin this year or last year. We introduced the first hybrid in 2007, and we were pioneers in that sense with the Prius. And that hybrid was the first seed of this advance of electromobility aiming to carbon neutrality in Chile with Toyota. The result of that first hybrid is that today we have 9 hybrid models in the full catalog of Toyota, the broadest in the country. And this translates in that we are leaders in this segment of the market with 80% of the sales. But sales have a consequence, which is what we're looking for. The sale, which were more than 2,100 cars, about 10% of our total sales, and we reached number 2 as market share. So we saved 30% CO2. That is more than 1 ton of CO2 saved uh, from the environment. And there's also an efficiency on fuel consumption of 40%. Therefore, we're contributing on both sides in decreasing CO2 and also in energy efficiency. But we're not only committed with this kind of initiatives that are aimed towards our core business, but also we have implemented other sustainable initiatives that go around what Vivi was telling us, that to approaching this subject to all society. One of them is our Toyota forest. We have planted more than 5,300 trees in Patagonia and central areas of the country. This is related directly with the use and the sale of hybrids. It is an initiative that uh, makes us very proud, and we are adding more partners so we can increase this reforestation of Patagonia mainly. Another tangible initiative is that we decided uh, in our dealer network not to wash the cars with water. That was a drastic decision that hits what we used to do. Our dealers were like, how are we going to wash cars without water? And so we taught them, and we received nice acceptance, and even where there was no drought, like in the south. As a result of this, more than 10 million liters have been saved just by this action. And, of course, as Vivi was mentioning, we focused in understanding what's the reality of every country. And we understand that in Chile we have a very high potential of hydrogen and also green hydrogen. So the reason acknowledging the potential of hydrogen in Chile is that we bet on clearing the Mirai for sale, and also we received help from the government. So this is the first hydrogen car in Chile, zero emissions, and of course it is a wager that we have to work on, because this is a teaching that we're receiving from the introduction in 2007 of the first period. So we need to educate on this technology, making it more democratic. And now we have started to work in this display of Mirai in Chile, which is in the future in this sense. And this, we can't do it alone. This is a joint work together as a private company, and our end, which is reaching carbon neutrality and combat CO2, we want to make it as accessible and as quick as possible. So we believe the introduction and acceleration of hybrids in the first stage will accelerate the renewal of the cars, and we will achieve an earlier reduction and quicker reduction of CO2 emissions. Of course, along the years, we will introduce other technologies that are available, while the infrastructure, the conditions, and the market aims towards that. We're committed with introducing the total of our technologies, advancing quickly with what we have available, which is non-plug-in hybrids. Well, some final words from the management of Toyota in the way we're working. I can tell you from 2 points of view. The first one is the role of private companies. Here, like not only Toyota, but it's a belief of all the private market, it is necessary and urgent to be part of the solutions. We are here with a level of complex matters that are not solved just with one action or one articulator. We need people working together by dialoguing to find solutions. They're not always easy and not always popular, but at the end of the day, They're things that we need to take care of because they have a large impact in the lives of people. So, from the point of view of the private market, we need to be part of the solution. More than an opportunity, it's a need and a commitment. And I can tell you something else from the point of view of Toyota. Toyota is in the region, has been in the region for more than 70 years. And what we've been doing all these years here is be because we really believe in the potential of the region. More than that, I tell you, the first plant outside of Japan was in Latin America and Brazil. So the commitment is strong. We have no doubt that here we will do very good things and very important things for people. And the way we want to do this is simply goes beyond discussing engines or motors. It's something that's on the view of Toyota, which is happiness for all. So what can we do to share happiness with all? At the end of the day, we need joint solutions, which we are more than open to listen, to learn, and divide what we do, and to build better things. At the end of the day, things that are very important for Toyota, diversification is the first commitment. We have different technologies, not from today. We're looking at sources of the future, like our specific examples like Mirai, and we will continue doing this, always in the way we understand that it's better for the society. And we're going to do the maximum possible as soon as possible, because the world has urgencies. I'm going to ask, I leave here our contacts, mine and Ignacio's, but I want to talk to you about this images behind that is a woven city is a thing that we are building now in Japan as a proof of concept that it's a project which is very ambitious that to prove that we can live in a more sustainable way. It's a complete city that is in Japan, in a deactivated Toyota plant that now has this center of studies for 2,000 people where full families will live to see how we can create a better future together. It's a completely clean energy-based city that has the best of what we have learned as how we can have the people and the technology working together for a better future. This is our idea of the future, but more than all is our commitment. We're completely open to talk about details about this as Master Key in Chile and us from the regional standpoint, but what's more important, we believe in a better future and it's possible to reach it. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be here. We're going to be here all day. Thank you. For those curious people that want to get to know the Mirai, we have one parked. We have two parked downstairs if you want to look at it. So it's available so you can approach it and get to know it if you need so. Thank you very much, Vivian Ignacio, for that vision. And of course, I think that last vision, that the change in the transportation not only comes with the vehicles and technology, but also we need to think in an urban transformation, because we can't keep on thinking on passing all the vehicles we have ICE vehicles and then to have traffic jams all over the city of electric and hybrid vehicles. Some of the authorities have to leave, but I would like to, therefore I would like to have a change in the agenda. We're going to move a little bit forward the coffee break, and then we will continue with the agenda as it was designed. Thank you.
pasando a la sala. No sé si me escuchan fuera. ¿Hay parlante fuera? Aló, aló. ¿Sí me escuchan fuera? Sí, perfecto. Si pueden ir pasando a la sala y seguimos con las siguientes oradoras. Gracias. Gracias por ir pasando, tomar asiento. Seguimos entonces, a ver si es posible. Todavía no. Que como estamos transmitiendo, hay una transmisión en vivo del evento, tenemos que esperar que... Bien, continuamos entonces.
So continuing with the event Full Speed on NDCs, I would like to give the floor to Georgiana Braga, representative of the UNDP in Chile since June 2022, who has over 20 years of experience in the United Nations, specialized in moving resources and alliances. She has performed as a director of the country office in Brazil, also as a representative of the UNPD in El Salvador, repositioning the country office as a key reference in the human development, innovation, climate change, water, education, life means always with a gender and inclusion approach. She has a degree on international relationships in the Brazilian University with a political science, a degree of the Gavet Institute in Geneva, and another degree from the Howard Kennedy School. Now let's welcome Georgiana Brava, who is going to present the vision of the policies in this area. Welcome. Thank you so much. After the opening session, the idea was to address with a little bit more content regarding transport policies and also the UNPD vision related to this. And of course, to start, human mobility and transport systems are elements that we consider key for sustainable human development. So these are central concerns for the UNPD. I believe that it is obvious, but we need to insist that in order to have a human development and social development, we cannot imagine a developed society without an efficient transport system, which is diverse also. I think this is very obvious, but in many opportunities we take this as a given, as something that is very clear, but it's not so easy. Here, changes needs to be conduced and driven, and this transport change is not minor. Designing, implementing, and managing transport systems that are social, economic, and environmentally sustainable is a very complex challenge. And it is a multidimensional challenge that implies to address systemically and also in coordination with other challenges in related areas. Areas such as policies, politics, energy, regulatory areas, energy, social area, and environmental area, just to mention a few. So, in order to say, this is a systemic approach that we need to have in order to have this approach. Whatever system we propose, it will require support and a provision system for energy. And for this, planning and managing of the improvement of energy is always associated to also to the provision and improvement of transport. They have to go hand in hand. So without a doubt, for a few decades, transport has become more efficient. However, it still depends on fossil fuels, and the technological change in energy generation has not been produced quickly or in the same way across the globe. In our region, Latin America and the Caribbean, for example, we still have a high number of vehicles with obsolete technology and in poor state. And many of the countries in the region, I've been in El Salvador before, they matter. They import poorly maintained vehicles, so we have to do a necessary change. And these vehicles are responsible for a very important part of the pollution and contamination problem in our cities, and also vehicle safety beyond energy efficiency. On a global scale, around 25% of greenhouse gases related to energy come from using fossil fuels to move our cars, trains, ships, planes, among others. In this context, we can foresee that these emissions will increase in the next decades, as long as the incomes increase also. On 2019, the use of transport represented 64% of the world consumption of oil and 27% of the entire use of energy, and as I said before, 25% of the total greenhouse emissions. Even though here in Chile the situation is very similar to the world situation, the situation of Latin America and the Caribbean is more complex. In the transport sector in Latin America and the Caribbean is responsible for almost 40% of all greenhouse emissions in the region. And this is a situation that has an impact in the air quality that millions of people breathe in our cities. And I'm very sure that you have had this experience that affects particularly people with low income and low means. Everyone can remember the images of the cities in the pandemic. This was news to say blue skies without pollution, and that for the first time in decades we've been able to see how the reduction of emissions have contributed to blue skies. But we don't want to go back to the pandemic. We want the blue skies, but with mobility and with efficient transport. To meet the goals of transport emissions and also in order to reach the goals of sustainable development linked to them also health, well-being, affordable energy, non-pollutionable energy, sustainable cities, climate action, among many others. This situation needs to change, and the UNPD vision has three important axes. The first is to avoid or reduce the need of transport through urban solutions, smart urban design, changes in and also changes in day-to-day work habits. Also changing habits of transport towards more sustainable and efficient transports, for example, active walking, bicycle, public transport, and the third one is to improve the technology of vehicles and fuels by adopting efficient and respectful solutions. These three axes need to go together, not separate. This vision on its own means is based on basic principles, among which we would also like to highlight three of them. One is prioritization of public transport, robust, modern, gender-sensitive, affordable, not leaving anyone behind. The second one is to boost innovation and digitalization to make the transport systems that are electrical are as competitive as those who work with fossil fuels. And the third one, which is the creation of regulatory, political, among many other elements that are in favor of this so that electrical mobility can become more popular. Applying this vision and these principles to Latin America and the Caribbean requires to know the particularities of the energy system, transport system in our region. Everyone knows that in our region we have one of the cleanest energy generation system, but it is also known that they happened many decades ago, and since then the situation is stable and has not made a lot of progress in the matter. This implies that the clean energy production in Latin America and the Caribbean has not increased its percentage in the last 20 years, and that, for example, hydroelectrical energy has moved very little since its first steps. Another feature of the region is that generating renewable energies like wind energy, solar energy, with which the region has important advantages, they have not yet deployed its full potential. This situation affects the possibility of progressing competitively towards the development of other sources of clean energy like green hydrogen that we've heard before. Fuel seems to be a key priority in order to move in the transition for energy, including Chile, Colombia, Brazil, and Paraguay. Another particular aspect of the region is that the progress in decarbonization of the grid in the region have not necessarily, on the short term, has meant reduction of the greenhouse emissions. An example of this are the cases of Costa Rica and Uruguay. Costa Rica shows a lot of progress in generating electricity from renewable sources, reaching now around 100%. However, in the transport sector, they maintain 54% of the carbon emissions. Uruguay shows a similar situation. 97% of electricity comes from renewable energy, and the transport sector is responsible for 60% of CO2 emissions in the country. And maybe one last particular feature that I would like to mention is how different the progress of transformation politics in the transport sector are. One example, in the Caribbean, the adoption of electrical vehicles is growing quickly. And Barbados, for example, has the index of electrical vehicle per capita that are the highest in the region, while in other countries these policies are just starting. And in here, just to provide another example from Chile, also in how we are supporting Chile with the climate promise through the initiative with the Ministries of Finance and Energy. We need to evaluate and assess the costs for carbon neutrality for 2050 for the energy sector. Hydrogen mobility represents 38% of the 2050 goals. This represents additional information flow that come from around over $1 billion in the transport sector. But in terms of sustainability and maintenance, 250 billion that will favor households. Now, in this context, besides wanting to exchange knowledge and experiences, this allows us to map out, to know what the situation is in the country of the climate promise in the region, and to have more clarity on where we can find among all the proposals that we've seen in their own reality and implementation, and also to outline the next initiatives that can help to improve public policies in electromobility for our countries in the future. As I mentioned before, this is a space for exchanging information, but also to map out and to update the goals. Thank you so much, and let's have a great day. Thank you so much, Georgiana. Now we're going to further detail of this analysis, and in the coming days, this means today and tomorrow, hopefully we can have this approach and maybe we can reach some conclusions. And I can tell you now into further detail. I don't know if we can show the presentation to have it as a background. As I was saying, we are reaching a key moment. We are in an action decade. We have had 8 years of action to reach the IPCC report. We're not going to go into further detail regarding this, but this is not something outside what we expected. We are increasing the emissions, and we need to accelerate this process. And we think that the best way of doing so is to get to know where we are now in terms of what was proposed in the NDCs and what we have implemented, and also what countries have implemented. And if this has not been yet reached, we need to see what are the barriers and the exchanges that need to happen to accelerate this process. Basically, in the region, we have two sources of emissions. We have, on the one hand, energy emissions, like the minister was mentioning, and on the other hand, we have agriculture and soils. We have the two main pillars of progressive increasing of emissions and industrial processes. But we want to cut. We are doing this first series in terms of transport. Throughout the year, we're going to have another series that has to do with energy generation, and then we will move on to agriculture and soil. This is what we're going to see today and the next session. As I was saying, the climate promise supports 28 countries around the globe. This is the highest contribution, this is the biggest process in supporting countries on a global level. And in Latin America, we are supporting 25 of them, and 20 of them are present, not all of them. We have some inconvenience, but we invited 20 countries of the region to manifest in their NDCs an intention of changing something in the transport sector. And in this way, I don't know if we can move to the next slide. We can see here what is that process that we want to follow in this mapping. We want to identify best planning, adoption, and implementation practices for the NDCs and long-term strategies that would allow to accelerate the reduction of emissions. And as UNPD, We need to be an agent of joining, planning, discussion, and channeling these initiatives. This event, the process that started, and I'm going to give the floor now to our specialist consultant in transport, Caterina Eriza, who is going to present this mapping process that has begun in all these countries. They have not concluded. This is the first progress. And this workshop was to delve deeper into this dialogue in order to allow us to get to know each other and to know in further detail what are the needs that they have. And this will reach a publication, not just for the UNPD, but this is something that is included also in the environmental United Nations programs. We want this to be a glue for all these agents and stakeholders that allows us to accelerate. And with that, I would like to give the floor to Caterina Eriza. As I was saying, is a specialist in transport that will show us the status of this analysis. Thank you so much. Well, today's presentation is divided into 4 main sections. First, I would like to tell you what's the importance of the transport sector. I think Georgiana provided some important figures, but I want to share what is the relevance of transport and the different means of transport. Then we're going to see the status, or what are the definitions and how they are focused in different modes. The third one is to talk about the progresses and what each country has done. And the last one is to provide some final considerations, because the report is ongoing nowadays. So now I want to share with you what are the sources of information that we are using for this task. One is secondary information that you've been working with, as you have seen in the updating reports, for example, in the NDCs, interviews. This is a continuous work. We're going to do this in June, and we're making some progress in February and March. And this is being used for today's presentation and also to create a document regarding policies and conclusions that I was mentioning before. So let's start with the first part, which is the importance of the transport sector and why it is relevant in the NDCs. We saw this before, and these were the figures that Georgiana mentioned, which is the importance that they have within Latin America and the Caribbean, with a participation of 38% in the total of the emissions. Probably because from the point of view of generation, the consumption of coming from other clean energy sector, mainly hydroelectrical plants, but it is important to mention the participation of the transport sector with a percentage. What's another important information? The growth of transport emissions. We see a trend from 2011 from 2021 where we observe the dropping of this because of COVID-19, but it's an activity that recovers very quickly, and the emissions of transport are very relevant still. You can see here where we, on 2010, we reached this percentage, and then 40% on 2020. Now, when I talk about transport emissions, we have a total. The question is, how can I analyze this from the different offers? And by offer, I mean the different means of transport, either public transportation, cargo, non-motorized transport, and private, in particular, vehicles, and how these different ways of means of transport, why they are important in the NDCs. So I can talk about the offer, but when you talk about transport is a cycle.
And the previous speakers have talked about the measures to the offer, and the matter of transportation is to rationalize private vehicles, roadways, parking, so we can restrict the use, and each vehicle pays for the pollution it causes. And also the soil, land usage, when I have a focus aimed to transportation with commerce in first floors, with a work focused on urban planning, and the gender and social inclusion issue. There's no information for several countries, but in some countries we have an estimation of each contribution. What I can see is who contributes to emissions by country. We have an example of reference from Colombia and Mexico, and a cut from Europe. We see emissions of load on the roads, and in the region the road transportation is very relevant on the total of emissions, and it still happens because there's no drive towards externalization to use rivers and railroads. So we have 45% in urban and interurban cargo, and the private road transportation, understood as private vehicles, is also very relevant. When the GDP grows and the city becomes motorized, effectively we're having a higher participation of the private transportation sector. But in our region, where the sustainable ways of transportation are very present, they haven't gained the space they could gain, because they could reach those levels of participation. Now, regarding the public transportations, what do we see? We see a significant increase in motorization. Here we have a comparison of some cities in Latin America, where we identify in that city what's happening with the dynamic of a modal partition. We have cities like Bogota or Quito, where the public transportation is very relevant, and non-motorized transportation also. But in cities where you have had growth of the GDP, like in the case of Panama City and Montevideo, and see that the car, while in Bogota is 16, in Panama City and Montevideo is 30%. So what would be our emission scenario if we don't control the use of private transportation? And we end up in these cities where here we have a high participation of the sustainable transportation modes to move to a model like Montevideo and Panama City. What does this do? It opens a window of how important it is to work on public transportation and non-motorized. So people are preferring the private vehicle because the times of transportation in public transportation are long. We see Asunción, Sao Paulo, Mexico City with 100 minutes average trip, which is too high and makes the transportation system less attractive. And the other very important thing is that the policies of vehicle restriction are not being successful. So the last mobility survey, the people went to have 6.5% in the whole two vehicles. That today, in 11.7% of the homes of Bogota has more than two vehicles. So what I'm promoting here is, in a way, with the restriction measures, since they're not effective, and that the people motorize more because they're going to find ways to get around. So this regarding public transportation and private transportation. What is happening with cargo transportation? Cargo transportation has different issues in the region. One is of the age of the fleet, which affects the emissions. We see a series of the average age of the vehicles, where countries which have average ages of 20 to 24 years on rigid fleet, and the semi-trucks have been renewed. It's not only old, but also it has a very atomized system where there is a single owner trucks, and it's hard to renew the fleet. So in today of the cargo freight travel, there is no organization of the system that the truck driver can return with a full load of the truck, and also occupation is between 59 to 69% depending on the type of system, and many dead days that talks about the inefficiency of the use of the fleet. So now what I want to say is that cargo is very important, and many from the transportation strategy are thought from the public transportation, but there's a large opportunity in working in cargo transportation. So the idea is to show you here how is this balance and diagnosis we have is related with the problems in the different transportation means, and how is tied with the NDCs. We have a distribution today in the NDCs, because we have to differentiate how the strategies that build the city and the country of what really is documented in the commitments of NDC, that the number of countries We're analyzing the 20 countries with climate promise. Several have initiatives in public transportation, 18. There are 16 that have initiatives in let's move to light vehicles. But there are only 10 who talk about cargo transportation. There are 7 that talk about active mobility, incentivize walking and use of bicycles. There are 15 that mention the gender and social inclusion. And we're going to need very generally, and it needs to be covered in detail. So at a state and municipal level, there could be complementary initiatives on sustainable transport. In LTEs, the process is to review the long-term strategies, but the amount of specific strategies in the long term which have to do with the transportation sector. What do we see between public transportation and private transportation? Here we have mentioned the countries which have NDCs in the different transportation means. In public transportation, railroads, light vehicles, and non-motorized. We see a trend towards the buses, the BRT, collective transportation, not moving to the other means of active mobility or railroad transportation. So we need to work on this to have an alignment beyond the country initiatives with a view from the NDC and the mitigation of emissions. The other component which is very important is when you look at these NDCs, and I'm not looking at this as a country, but a country could have various NDCs associated with transportation. What we see is that we have a focus towards electrification. Let's remove IC cars and let's enter electric cars or hybrid cars. And as has been indicated in the previous presentation, that should not be the only vision. Electrification is a component of a larger problem, because when I talk about 100 minutes of travel time, it's not going to be enough to change one car for another. We need to decrease the average times. And what other issues are relevant in the railroad, for example, lower participation, also in active roles, efficiency and logistics. We don't have almost efficiency of the vehicles. We don't have participation. We don't have many measures of soil use, ground use, and also the quality of the public transportation. How do I make public transportation more attractive? Now, in the NDC by means, which has to do with the component of road cargo transportation, we see several initiatives, 7 in roadways, a renewal of the fleet, let's run green hydrogen strategies, but many statements towards intermodality. And from the perspective of cargo transportation, I should think more in the chain, the first one and the first and the last mile, and also incorporate railroads and river transportation. Less than half the countries have these NDCs specific for cargo transportation. What key elements do we need to keep into account, which are indicators of the presence? There is a lack of alignment, where you have a large number of countries where you have a national NDC strategy which is translated on municipal development plans or city development plans. The cities are developing their transportation or the inclusion of electric buses, not under the framework of an NDC or a framework for electrification at a national level. So it is the need to have a better integration between that collaboration in the nation, municipality, and the other component is that there are countries which have specific commitments and others don't. So a general statement like, we're going to improve transportation, we're going to try to achieve sustainable transportation, but not a specific element that we're going to see in other countries where you have, for example, a railroad or some quantifiable objectives. I'm going to reach 5%, increase 5.5% the active means transportation. The idea is to become specific and instead of general on these matters. And what's important in the structuring, what I'm doing for the financing of these measures, which you know that impact the cash flow, because let's say that the total cost in present value, the impact may not be as much, but the change in the cash flow is not very well identified. And final element that I want to tell you about, there's in the NDCs is the gender and social inclusion component. Many of the NDCs, as I was telling you, have the gender and social inclusion focus, but they're not specific on how they cover it in transportation. So they're very limited, which have focus. And we say, well, this is a training of personnel. I'm going to include the planning of the transportation means, the needs or requirements women have in the care economy, and that vision is not present specifically in NDC, but only in general terms. Now, what's the status of advance in the implementation of measures? So we see the implementation associated to NDCs. Okay, now, excuse please, we hope that you are doing well, and I don't know if there's any question and something that you need to share, taking this break into advantage. Well, making use of this break. So, it is clear, very clear, and I want to use this moment to give you a comment. Please recover it. Are you okay? Yes. Georgiana was mentioning in 2020 we had clean skies, we had ...2020 was the only year we fulfilled. From here to 2030 to reach the goals of the Paris Accords, we need to reduce between 6 and 7% of the greenhouse gases emissions per year. 2020 was the only year we did it, and we only did it based on transportation. Clearly, we can't eliminate transportation because that's what we did in 2020. This proves the enormous potential in emissions reduction in the transportation sector. I just wanted to say that. And you can continue whenever you want. Excuse me. Well, then the third section is to tell you about the status of advance. The other one is an identification from the statement, the report, and the goal of what we're looking for. But what you see in the region is how the status of implementation of NDCs and in what stages they are. So I was telling you we are running an identification of advances and construction. I'm not saying I'm good or bad, but in what stage I am. And for this we have identified the planning stage. There's a structured document. I'm in process of processing a bill or a project. Do I have a structuring tender for acquisition of electric fleet? Am I implementing? So I already tendered. I have a fleet that's on the way. We have a partial operation. I'm on the way to the NDC, but I already have an available electric fleet, or I have a full implementation, which means that I have a significant advance in the implementation of the NDCs. Now, here we have a differentiation by country. There are countries, like the case of Colombia, Mexico, and Chile, who really have advances in all the fronts. They have structured NDCs, and they've been working comprehensively in the different working fronts. Now we're going to see specific cases in the fleet renewal component, inclusion of a fleet in the public transportation. In the case of Uruguay, we also have significant advances in the different fronts, except on the cargo transportation, where they've been working especially on urban cargo in the stating of initiatives. And we have other countries like Costa Rica, Paraguay, Ecuador, and the Dominican Republic who have been conducting a great effort, but still have a gap between saying, oh, we're ready, we have an operational process. Yeah, I have one route of electric buses. I have actually a structuring of an intermodal cargo system. We need that additional step in implementation. So, in the case of other countries in the region, we are in a process. I'm working on. I have a bill, I have a study, I have a project, but I still don't have the operational fleet. So now I'm going to move to some specific elements, because in the previous interventions, one of the things that was said was, what am I looking for with this? Or why I'm running this exercise. And the reason to do this is that we want to share those lessons learned. Some countries have advances, and the idea is that they can share with the other countries who are under process of restructuring their processes. What do we have here? From the technical, here clearly there's a set of countries that have acquired experiences in the performance indicators, in performance programming of the electrical sheet, which has different requirements, and also the information on the cargo infrastructures and how to manage all the management component of recharging, to have a backup system. And here we have some examples. Clearly, Chile, Colombia, and Mexico are right now operating an electric fleet, which is quite large. They have the particularity in Mexico in line 3, which has a component working with bi-articulated buses, and we can take lesson learned from these cases. For example, in the case of Mexico, specifically, we have working on energy backup, and energy backup is not thought in like, let's start electric plants, but let's work with the energy companies to regenerate a redundancy, and that they can have the charging process through a secondary circuit. This is a lesson learned of growth that you have, because really when you look at the structuring of some of the countries, we have projects that are being thought, and the backup system if the main energy system fails, you would have other plants that would achieve the goal of decreasing emissions. So here we have different models. Our countries that are working in models of public operations or the private. In the public issue, we have Bogota and the case of Guatemala City. The city of Guatemala with a 24 bus fleet, which have been just tendered, but also we have the case of Colombia with an operation of 195 buses through the new operator La Relite. So of these different models of operation, we have lessons to learn, and also the structuring of very important financial models. Here we've had examples in the region, in the case of Uruguay, with the generation of the work under the framework of establishing incentives that provided a 7-year amortization, supporting paying the upfront cost of the electric buses that are higher, and they will be sharing their experience in the session. Also the case of Mexico City, where it's been working a model that basically they have been able to run a compensation between electric and ICE buses, and they don't deliver additional subsidies for the electric fleet. There are cities where there's still a gap. In the case of Bogota, Transmilenio has indicators that today operate an electric buses. The cost of ownership is 15% more expensive than a diesel bus. So, of all these experience of financial models are important, so they can be kept in mind for implementing the models. In the case, for example, of the cost in some regions, others do not have their financing and total cost of ownership construction. That could be a relevant experience. The other components, institutional component, and the need of coordination. So it seems that the alignment in national government and municipalities in some cases, I believe this are trying to structure more mechanisms, to have intersectoral mechanisms to generate co-financing exercises. In the case of Colombia, the new National Development Plan establishes the possibility that co-financing electric buses, because the law didn't allow it, so we have only co-financing when we talk about railroad and massive other capacity transportation. So institutional, in the coordination of the regulations, there are important lessons to be learned. In the case of alternative sources of energy, I'm not talking about here electrical fleet, but also including green hydrogen projects. Let's say that they are in process of structuring and an operation and a structured pilot. I can say that Chile has a national strategy towards green hydrogen, and just like Bogota has a statement that this year we will have a pilot program with a fleet and green hydrogen, and at least these have secondary information. And the host can tell us about what's the advanced status and the date outlooks for that implementation. In the gender and social inclusion issues, there's also many lessons to be learned in the region. We have the case of Bogota with a new training of 450 women that can work in driving. The case of Guatemala, also Guatemala has been working, and their goal is that of the 24 electric buses that are going to be operating of the new system, all are operated 100% by women. And the municipality has been working in this case, and I believe it's an important goal. And the issue, the other ways, I can tell you in charging we have problems, in public transportation is missing, now the electrification of the buses, and also thinking more mass transportation of another nature, there is not bus operation. And now, talking about the cargo fleet, there are key issues. One is an institutional regulatory issue, which are the lessons to be learned. Colombia has been working in several strategies, around 5 or 6 policies in 2013, in fleet renewal strategies, and also the cargo is a complex issue because you need to run a balance. I want to control that there's no over-offer and also guarantee that it's renewed. So the public policy is focused a little bit into the exchange one by one, or the fleet exchanging or replacement with new cargo vehicles. So now the idea is to look at which are the policies and what we learn from the lessons of what's been effective. Here's a great barrier when we talk about the model one man, one truck, harms financing alternatives. So we should have a more business-like model. In intermodal transportation, there is very few programs. Intermodal Mexico transportation, you see we have a significant cargo movement participation, and also to let you know that the model in Mexico has been working hand in hand with GIC in the creation of a methodology for the estimation of the cargo emissions. Now, in that sense, there's a calculator, a new methodology that tries to replicate the European regulation EM 16258 in the correct way of estimating each one of the stages of cargo emissions. Now, and Colombia still, I believe that is a long-term strategy. They have also an intermodal plan, which railroad corridor, but that would be something in a horizon that to have an actual volume within a long term, which is about 15 years. Now, in the technical and alternative sources of energy, there are several programs that are looking at the coefficient driving, ecologistics, and also in the case of Chile, who have been working on this component. And finally, I'm going to mention an issue of elements to be kept in mind in private transportation. Many countries in the region have strategies to include private transportation, and these strategies are included and incentives. Basically, it's a reduction of VAT or duties to drive the cost of electric vehicles down. There's countries which are going beyond. It's like, no, let's decrease the cost of purchasing, but also let's generate a set of benefits associated to private transportation. For example, parking rates. Some countries which have some restriction for circulation, they're saying, oh, restrictions for circulation except electric vehicles. So these are transition measures trying to drive the inclusion of electric fleet, but structurally they wouldn't be initiatives that would remain in time. And also we have alternative sources. There's also interesting work in the standardization of cargo. For example, Uruguay and Costa Rica, who has been a referent working in standardization. Here, clearly, this is not comprehensive. There are some references because clearly there are several countries that are generating strategies. Just to mention some of these cases of study and generating some diversification. Here, the private transportation, let's mention Trinidad and Tobago. They have been managing a strategy of installation of solar panels in houses, and that installation of solar panels, people can recharge their own vehicle, and the remaining power would be injected back into the grid. Now, I'm not going to stop here simply to show you that the study, because this is a summary, the study has a detail of the information of the participation and the characteristics of each one of the countries. Now, from the final considerations, I would like to mention the following. From the technical, which is very important, to think of a vision of a sustainable transportation, and a sustainable transportation cannot be let's make it electric. So there's an agreement here, but just keep in mind that the majority of NDCs is on the focus of make it electric, because there's a large congestion problem that makes unsustainable, especially with the GDP per capita of the region, that we can continue in that component. From financial, of course, there's cash restrictions. In the session tomorrow, when we're going to talk about subsidies, we're going to talk a little bit about the reduction or the need of funding and the possibilities we have regarding subsidies. We also need to think of an adequate balance in the incentives area. So I can say that we can think of incentives about the inclusion of an electric fleet, where transition incentives, especially in the private transportation part, and in financial sectors, is to share the total cost of ownership results. There are several countries which have detailed information regarding the operation of electrical fleet, and it would be interesting to have this available as a resources or this tool for those who are thinking of the adoption. From institutional only interinstitutional coordination, better integration of the municipal and government initiatives, and also the capacity. When we talk about the study of the different players where we've been working, is that the generation of capacities ends up in the consultant, the third party who conducted the study, but there is no participation on the public sector to generate the new financial models, new technical models. And finally, there is an issue about technological solution. And technological solution, I mean, unfortunately, we don't have tools that show me the impact. So we need systems to measure, reporting, and verification. So I did this, and the result of the emission reduction is this, and how's the balance of the region. So there is a work to gather initiatives of best practices in the construction of MREs, but also to have an advanced tool in the NDCs. So what comes now, what I was telling you, we've been working in the interviews and the secondary information. We want to receive your feedback in the workshop through the panels that are going to be executed all these 2 days to improve and detail some of the initiatives that are being included and can be included in the public policy document, and also finally the submission of the report, which would be made with the result and the collection of the conclusions. And that would be basically the advance we have to date. I don't know if so, and I'm sure there are lots of questions, Catherine, and we are a little bit over time, and just like in the family, I didn't want to interrupt you, but I believe, and I run this proposal because we are on time for the first panel, and we have the cocktail in the afternoon, which is at a fixed time, so we need to keep the schedule. So I believe that my proposal is to skip the Q&A session to this panel, to the intervention by Catherine, and let's move to panel 1.
Quedó clarísimo. Yo creo lo que estamos intentando hacer desde PNUD, esta información
So from PNUD, this information is going to be public, and we're going to keep on working with each one of you to have the most detail publishing, and that set of to define those which are in gray in implementation, which are the implements that are required, and we will be trying to support you in whatever you need to move into implementation. So with this, I leave a round of applause once again to Catherine. Very good job. And I leave you with my colleague Fernando Andrade, who's going to introduce to you the first panel. Thank you very much, Gianluca. Well, I'm charmed to be here with you, and we have representatives from all countries, and I believe Catherine gave us a very broad and extensive view of everything that's being done in the different countries. Now, the first panel precisely is a space where we are going to be able to discuss these policies that were shown to us, to go deeper, to see how we can share this in other countries that are in the status where they are advancing. And this might be this important of these spaces, to be able to share those experiences and take us all as Latin America to a point where we can fulfill the Sustainable Development Goals, the emissions reduction goals. And for this, we're going to begin with this first panel, which is energy policy, environment, and transportation for fulfilling the NDCs. I would like to call our guest from today. We have Marcelo Padilla, head of the Efficient Transportation Unit from the Ministry of Energy of Chile. Here, Melissa Leblanc, Project Technical Officer, Department of Environment, Minister of Health from Antigua and Barbuda. This panel is going to be in Spanish and English. Melissa is with us and will speak to us in English. Here we have Paulo Biscam, advisor of the Climate Change National Agency of Uruguay. Welcome. And finally, not less important, Juan Cesar Rondon, Director of Projects of the Ministry of the Transportation and Communications from Paraguay. Juan Jose, welcome. I am a little bit far from the panel, but we're going to connect with the questions. We have microphones, Marcelo. You have the microphone. Can we test it? It's working. Also, Paloma. We all have a microphone. Well, very well. Here in this panel, we're going to have a different way to operate. I'm going to ask a general broad question from the vision of each one of your countries. Here we have Chile, Antigua and Barbuda, Uruguay, and Paraguay, and we have a varied panel. And from your perspective, to let me know which is the importance you see in the development of sustainable transportation for fulfilling the NDCs. Catherine gave us an early outlook, but can you tell us from the standpoint of your country? We could begin with Juan Jose, please. Well, I want to introduce myself. I'm Juan Cesar Rondon from Paraguay. I'm Project Director and Vice Minister of Transportation. As a country, we understand that mobility is a right, and as a state, we need to guarantee it. Now, to express the idea in three key components. First of all, a transportation operative in Paraguay. So to keep this in mind, we have 19,500 buses registered up to 2020. Of those, 2 are electric. The main transportation fleet is the metropolitan area of Asunción. That's the capital of Paraguay, which is about 1,700 buses, 8%. However, it moves or generates 670,000 trips a day. So if we do the numbers or the figures, there is over demand on the transportation system. The routes are very long, the city expanded, and it becomes a lot more complex. Obviously, this relationship you're seeing generates externalities. Now, let's move to the second component about externalities. Based on the last report that Paraguay generated to the convention, only 0. Something percent is generated by Paraguay. We are a low emissions country. That 0.09% is associated to transportation and energy. And transportation of cargo and people in that sector is 89% of that percentage. So it's basically all the focus is associated to improvements in the transportation system, cargo and people. Now, Paraguay committed in the last report to reduce by 20% the greenhouse gases emissions. However, studies were conducted. We saw a potential of reducing 33.3%. That's where we saw the perspective on why we should focus on electromobility. And that's the third leg, which is the economic part. And the electric potential that Paraguay has, where we have the main assets of electric production, which is Yacyretá, which is one of the world's largest hydroelectric plants. The electric capacity installed in Paraguay is 8,800 megawatts. So we are energy exported. We export 60% of our energy. So we can see that effectively Paraguay generates 100% of energy, and renewable energy and green energy is exporter, one of the main in the region. We're exporting about 2,400 kilotons. So there's a controversy now in the more complex part of the equation. We import fossil fuels approximately in 2,400 and growing, reaching 2,600 in 2030. So we can see that effectively it's not just an intention of Paraguay of being a collaboration in reducing emissions, but also for us it's a matter of state policy when we talk about development of our country and the region. So we are getting energy for development, and for us it's fundamental. So now in the NDC structure, and then the next question will focus on that. The focus is on transportation, and it goes in basic numbers. We're trying to generate 300 charging stations, a substitution between 10 to 20% of the fleet for electrical buses, and giving the drive relatively basic on that sector. Sorry if I was too quick, but the idea is that effectively we generate, but we don't distribute.
Thank you so much, Juan Jose. I'm going to make a few comments, but just to keep with the schedule that we had agreed on, Paula, tell us from Uruguay's perspective, how are you seeing the importance of emissions and transport in your country? Good morning, yes, thank you. Thank you for the invitation. I wanted to start by sharing some important aspects of Uruguay. What our colleagues said before, what they mentioned is that we also have a situation of energy generation that's very favorable in terms of renewables. But our matrix of emissions is very particular because it has a lot of methane emissions because of food production. So CO2 is a relatively small percentage, a bit over 20%. That besides having an electric grid, which is renewable almost in its entirety, then unfortunately it's not the current situation because of the drought that we're going through, but by having a very clean electrical grid, this makes transport in normal conditions to have almost 60% of the CO2 emissions in Uruguay. So of course this makes transport a strategic sector for the environmental ministry and for energy in order to reduce emissions, taking advantage of the overwhelming offer of renewable energy. At the same time, among its 60%, a bit more than a third of the 60% of the CO2 generated by transport, a bit over a third is generated by vehicles, particular vehicles, and a bit less of 2/3 corresponds to cargo and buses. This means heavy transport. But in heavy transport, most is cargo. Now, facing the NDCs, Uruguay presented the first NDC and the second NDC already, because we presented our first NDC on 2017, and we were able, from there, because this is facing 2025, and we set some goals that are very specific in terms of electrical vehicle penetration in buses and in utilitarian vehicles like taxis. Well, technology is quickly evolving, so at that point we were relatively conservative because there was a lot of misinformation regarding how this technology would work. So, but we can say that by now we have already met those goals, at least in the unconditional conditions that we have for the first NDC in terms of electrical mobility. And something that I wanted to mention also is that it's very important in this CNDC when it comes to investment and financing that maybe here has not been mentioned, but the importance of having resources in implementing NDCs and not just domestics is very important in order to contribute and so that everyone can meet the goals of the Paris Agreement. Uruguay has made an extraordinary effort, including wind energy, not only we have the hydraulic energy on water energy, but we have also made a great effort to incorporate over 30% of current generation is based on wind energy. And this is a very high percentage worldwide. And this meant a lot of investment from the country into this transformation for the first energy transition. So it's also important to clarify this, because after having the first energy transition, we have the challenge of making progress in transport. Those marginal costs of keep transforming are increasingly expensive. So the countries that are working on the early transition are paying an additional fee because it's even more difficult to increase the ambition for these accelerated costs, for the marginal costs of the second transition. Well, after the second NDC that was published last year, the idea is that by 2030 we can keep delving deeper in these measurements for electrical and energy efficiency. And another aspect in which we've made a lot of progress as a country is in incorporating infrastructure for charging electrical vehicles along the country. This was also on the first NDC as a goal. The idea was to first have an electrical route, which is called like that because it's the southern part of the country, which is the more touristic, and then it was extending to the different departments, which is the administrative divisions from Uruguay. In the different departments, the network increased by the electrical state company, and now we have an offer that provides for all the country, which is small, which is 600 kilometers by 400 kilometers. We have over 150 chargers distributed all over the region, and this makes the charging network very important. And the last that I wanted to comment is that in the long-term strategy that was also presented on 2021, so in the midst of the NDCs that we were presented, we also presented our long-term climate strategy, which is set in an aspirational carbon neutrality scenario by 2050, and all the suppositions and assumptions of this. Among them, on 2035, all passengers vehicles should be zero emissions, new vehicles. And by 2040, all the cargo or smaller vehicles should be also zero emissions. That is by 2040, and by 2045, all new cargo vehicles should be zero emissions, not just those that are smaller. Also considering scenarios in which fossil fuels that will have to exist, although in a least amount, can be mixed with biofuels, biodiesel and ethanol for naphthas and gas vehicles. Thank you so much. Very interesting, almost clapping out of excitement. And I think it's very good because they deserve a round of applause for all the countries and all the progress in everything means progress, all these measurements. So we should clap for everything that we've heard so far. Bueno, Melissa, creo que estás bien con la pregunta. De todas maneras, la voy a repetir. Es como un panorama general acerca de cuál es la importancia de los NDCs y del transporte de baja emisiones y la relación de los.
Of course. Hi, good morning, everyone. My name is Melissa LeBlanc. I'm here representing Antigua and Barbuda. So, for context, I'm the project coordinator of the JEF7 Electric Mobility Project in Antigua and Barbuda. So to start, I'll just start on our NDCs as it relates to transport. So the idea is by 2030, we would ban the importation of new ICE vehicles into Antigua and Barbuda. And by 2035, 100% of government vehicles will be electric. So in Antigua and Barbuda, we look at electric vehicles as a part of our renewable energy solution. Particularly because of the batteries within these electric vehicles. Now, in the Caribbean, and particularly where Antigua and Barbuda is located, unfortunately, we do experience quite a lot of hurricanes, and annually we are at risk of experiencing a hurricane. In 2017, Hurricane Irma decimated Barbuda, completely destroyed the grid. There was nothing left. Everyone was evacuated. And as we're rebuilding, we're of course looking to renewable energy and new technologies. So electric vehicles play a big role in that, particularly this newer invention of bidirectional vehicles, because when there's a hurricane, the grid, our electricity is out for an extended period of time. Depending on the degree of the hurricane, it could be anything from, a tropical storm, you don't have power maybe for a day or two, or a severe hurricane where you don't have power for 3 weeks to a month or more, or in the case of Barbuda, significantly longer than that because the entire grid has to be rebuilt. Bidirectional vehicles are a wonderful opportunity because batteries themselves are very expensive. So in this, you essentially have a battery on wheels from electric vehicles. So if you have a bidirectional vehicle, when there's a power outage, you already have energy stored within your vehicle, which is really important for us as we're looking at resilience, which is a really key point from electric vehicles. So of course, we're looking at emissions reductions, as everybody is, because greenhouse gas emissions, of course, is causing climate change, which we're all very familiar with. And I just wanted to emphasize the point again on the importance of keeping climate change or global warming to 1.5 degrees Celsius. We're already seeing the catastrophic effects all over the world with wildfires. I know here in Chile there are wildfires as well, California, Australia. But then in the Caribbean, the frequency and the severity of our hurricanes are increasing. In 2017, like I mentioned, there was Irma and Maria. And when you are constantly recovering from hurricanes, when there's a threat of a hurricane, every year without, it'll never miss, there will be a hurricane every year. Whether it'll hit you or not, you're not sure. So as we are constantly recovering from hurricanes, for us, electric vehicles form part of how we're building our resilience for the future. So I think I'll stop there, but thank you.
And finally, we have Marcelo. I think that you are playing an important role because we had the minister sharing some initial information. We had also Catherine with a screenshot, and we saw some examples of the policies that are being carried out in Chile. But we would love for you to provide further detail in these aspects of the policies and how they relate to NDCs. First of all, thank you. Thank you for inviting me here. And I would like to invite you, if you have any time, fall is starting. It's a hot day, but there's a lot of activities to do around the area. So those who are visiting, please visit our city and this part of the country. My work is related to transport directly from the Ministry of Energy. I'm not a technical specialist, I'm also learning, as everyone is. And unlike the minister in the previous presentation, I'm always focusing on what's missing in our challenge. Usually when the work is well done, everyone claps, but when things go wrong, the consequences are long-term. So we are in a critical moment in order to define some priorities in terms of regulations, financing, and culturally. So I'm going to start giving a general definition of what are the challenges in the energy sector, and then I would like to go into further detail in a few aspects that we've been doing that we need to update. So, first of all, the challenge of the Ministry of Energy is to make progress on the carbon neutrality. By 2050, that's one of the goals that we have, and we have 4 pillars on which we're going to be working on. Energy efficiency. That's the first one. On energy policies to reach carbon neutrality, carbon efficiency that's more cost effective. Among the 35% of emission reduction is associated to energy association. And then we have another aspect for electromobility. The electromobility itself, hopefully we can hope for contributions and reduction of greenhouse effects. And green hydrogen. That's also an important policy that we are developing in the Ministry of Energy. We have a specialized unit dedicated to this issue because of the strategic importance that it has for our country. Therefore, the low emission transport is also mixed with a lot of dimensions. There's an important issue that, for example, that we need to create a shared language. The meaning that we have, for example, when you hear the word demand, what demand is that? Is it electrical demand, the demand from the passengers? So in the world of electromobility and the development of low emission transport, we are developing an integration of knowledge. So coordination is absolutely necessary, and that is why whoever is leading needs to have a horizontal vision. I was talking to our colleague from Uruguay on what is the way of making progress in public policies. I want to go back to energy efficiency and efficient transport, because within the law of energy efficiency approved on 2021, there's a definition related to standards for the vehicle park. We have the mandate of generating a performance standard for sales that would be contributing with an 11% of mitigations only in light vehicles. So everything that has to do with decreasing this in the transport market is standardizing the park for cars. And what's beneficial for us is that we have a center, which is the Center for Authorization and Certification of Vehicles, which measures the quality of the vehicle. This has been a long project for the ministry, and we are coordinating the policies in order to make progress in this aspect. And on the other hand, regarding the goals that we have for electromobility, many things have been said about our challenges. For example, for 2035, 100% of the public transport, we hope for it to be electrical. and the sale of light and mid-sized vehicles, electrical. By 2045, our goal is that all buses should be zero emissions, and we also have goals for machineries outside the routes. So we have several challenges, and we need to create an ecosystem for that, a robust ecosystem. Unlike Uruguay, we are a long and thin country. We can get from the mountain range to the coast in less than 2 hours. And this also implies very powerful challenges in terms of electrical infrastructure that's behind these policies. We have places that are they don't have any population. For example, in the north of the country, the desert, the Atacama Desert, we don't have any gas stations. So we need to create a plan to create chargers around all along the country, which is a challenge in itself. We need to transmit the solar energy from the north to the center of the country. There are moments in the day that there are overspillings of energy, so we need to develop a comprehensive policy. And let's not forget active mobility. I consider myself a bike rider. My bicycle is parked here, but we have the possibility of making progress in these kinds of policies and make progress in public transportation. I use my bicycle every day, over an hour sometimes, but we need to make the effort so that road cohabitation is a pillar of social cohabitation. That's something I would like to mention in order to guide the conversation into that and to speak about more particular things. Great, Marcelo, thank you so much. I have some comments regarding what I've heard, and something that I think it's worth highlighting is that we heard Paraguay that exports electricity but imports fossil fuels. Uruguay is a neighboring country, but the energy grid is completely different and the inventory is different. We have an island in the Caribbean that presents other challenges beyond emission reduction. We have Chile with its geographical limitations. So, despite the fact of being Latin American countries and having a lot of challenges in common, there are very important differences. And it's important to recognize them, because in this way there's no one-size-fits-all solution. And this is where, understanding the presentations that we heard from Toyota, the alternatives of technology that will exist are important to consider, because solutions might be very different between one country and another. One of the countries that I want to say. And another thing that I heard is that I think it's important to highlight that the NDCs, I think everyone is aware that the NDCs stopped being something completely scientific, and it's an economic issue that has to do with sustainable development. So in this way, it's very important that we know how to take advantage of the development and implementation of this in order to make effective process for sustainable development throughout its development. I wanted to say these two things because I think that what we're going to talk about now are more specific. Maybe you can help us with that. You can help us to understand those differences, but also those opportunities, not about sharing, but also in implementing. That has to do with future issues, for example, financing that we're going to talk about on the second day, and other issues like social environmental impacts. And I would like to start here with Marcelo. Maybe we can start with you. We can delve deeper into these considerations about public policies, and maybe you can tell us, and maybe you can help us understand how we can meet the demands and with other alternatives, and what alternatives of demands we have. And maybe you can share with us how you are prioritizing in order to know what are the main challenges. One of the pillars that we've been working with, and now it's state policy from the Ministry of Energy, is citizenship participation with different stakeholders. We can talk about this with different industries. We have an ongoing dialogue process. The green hydrogen strategy was closed a couple of weeks ago. We have over 2,000 and organizations signed up to participate in this process. I'm going to step away from this because I'm going to focus on electromobility. We just closed also a roundtable for progress for electromobility, and then other issues are stacking up. For example, on 2017, we developed the first electromobility strategy. This was updated on 2021. And we add to this the energy policy for 2030. And this becomes crystallized with this roundtable that has an objective of determining short-term guidelines. And this, as I mentioned before, one of the important issues is infrastructure for cargo. And what's behind it? Not just the totem or the infrastructure, but also how we adapt to international standards and being a small country like ourselves. Unfortunately, we don't have an internal production of vehicles, and one of the challenges that we are facing is to implement a program that is called electrical taxi. We want to finance it in exchange of 1,000 vehicles, and we have restrictions in terms of vehicle offer. We've received many vehicles in order to be offered, and having international availability, we have a regulatory limitation that we want to overcome to face the market. And this happens because technology makes faster progress than regulatory progress. So one of the things that we need to address as a country is that we are assuming external technology, and we need to see how we update our regulations to facilitate the incorporation of electrical vehicles so that we can make faster progress to reach the carbon neutral goals. Another issue, and as I was saying before, something that I would like you to take with you is some of the problems that we've faced so far. We do have an electrical bus fleet, which is very large. We still have problems in the charging terminals. What happens? Each of the communes present in Santiago and usually in Chile have particular regulations. So, for example, an issue that might be small, but a municipality does not allow for electrical companies to work on weekends. And this has made the opening or the inauguration of this electro terminal is not ready when operations of the buses are starting. And what is the solution? We have generators. So we are displacing, as we said before, we are displacing the problem. So coordination is absolutely necessary. It takes a long time, and it goes through political decisions sometimes. Usually, we need to convince authorities that it is important to make progress in this, and then they should offer spaces to convince local authorities. And this means benefits for everyone. So as I was saying before, in this new world, which is sustainable mobility, we are mixing many stakeholders, and we need to somehow distribute the technical knowledge, and we should facilitate language, going through a more technical language to a more citizens language that can be sustained over time. I don't think that I answered what I was asked, but I explained other things to try to reach the issue of electricity. We need to make progress also in regulations, something that facilitates electrical transmission and that can also be expanded in the different networks that we have.
Thank you, Marcelo. And I want to remind you that more than a questionnaire, this is a dialogue. And it's important that we can share more than what we're asking you here, because I believe that's what enriches this type of spaces and exchanges, experiences as well. Look, there's an issue, a specific issue that I believe is fundamental, and I believe everybody has to pay attention to this. I'm going to read it, like I said, move from the technical language to the citizens' language. I believe it's a fundamental issue to generate that demand of the citizen, not only from a point of view or technical perspective, but also of changing the world, but also we're going to do this from a social or citizen perspective to generate changes, and we must begin to change this language from what's technical to more colloquial, where we can generate conscience and awareness in the citizens. Now let's move to Juan Jose, because I believe things that Marcelo said complement with other things. They're working very well in Paraguay about the NAMA transportation project that you have approved. Maybe you could tell us about which are the advances in the construction of this national electromobility strategy of Paraguay and how it's related to the NAMA project, this national appropriate mitigation actions. But to move from the technical to the citizens' language, these are actions that help us reduce emissions in the transportation sector. Please, Juan Jose. Now, based on the strategy, new strategies, in 2021, begins and it ends on 2023. It was coordinated by UNDP, which is a body that coordinates action in Paraguay. It's a very new government body. Paraguay is developing, just like many countries, already in collaboration with other institutions and ministries, and collaborating with the IDB and NEP, and financing the communication, and there's a specific detail regarding regulations. As the Chilean colleague mentioned, we are adapting our industry and our operation to what the region establishes, and the regulations are a fundamental component for this. So the initiatives that occurred, for example, green corridors with infrastructure installed, were delayed by small action. How it was growing, because while we were growing, so we should talk about a region, because we don't have any seashore, and we depend from land transportation. When we have a considerable fleet in the Paraguayan river, but we depend on what the region offers us and what we can offer. And how this NAMA is NAMA gestated? Well, it's a creative process with an intention to contribute to what mass passenger transportation is. Now, let's focus on the mass passenger transportation. In Paraguay, transportation is an accepted risk, 100% assumed by the private sector. The government tenders the roads, and the private party does everything, funds it, everything. What happens when you place demands on a transportation business? Because in the most complex cases, they don't comply, and it's a situation where everybody loses. NAMA is born to provide a tool for the transportation businessman. As I mentioned, Paraguayan energy, the consumption of fuel is 40%, and this goes to the daily operation of the buses. Now, in the technical rate, the fuel is 54% of the cost, and that fluctuation of diesel, so all of us are suffering, and so it's unpredictable to operate in this scenario. Now, if we migrate to an electric operation, it's stable, it can be manageable and reasonable for the operation, because at the end of the day, it's a business. And the other challenge by Paraguay is the model 70-30, which is 70% private vehicles. So not only to migrate to some way of transportation, we need to provide infrastructure so that it's more efficient to travel that way, and people migrate to public transportation. NAMA comes, NAMA comes with that intention, to provide that tool to the transportation businessmen. With a donation of $20 million, 10 and 10 would go to a trust fund, and the AFE can give more details if we have time, with a low rate, and this businessman could acquire these buses, and then a financing of the capex. So we know that the relationship of capex opex between an electric and a diesel is totally inverted. So now the idea is to lower that cost so that they can insert them. And in the first year, if everything is okay, 300 buses would go into the metropolitan area of the nation, and then increase the coverage to reach 1,000. If we happen to replace the fleet of the Vice Ministry of Transportation, we will cover the assumed commitment of 10 to 20%. So it's not a large risk, but we need to be attractive so that the businessman can go and buy that. So this is the challenge that we are facing. But of course there are inconveniences. We have a law to incentivize electromobility. It reduces the VAT, and well, we all do the same, but that does not support that process. We have delays. Today you have a regulation for that law, and that's where the strategy is generating a single window, where the idea is to reduce that bureaucratic process. The idea is to show how we're moving on and the challenges we're facing. No, Juan Jose, I'm glad to listen to those experiences, because I believe that what you're experiencing is not unique to Paraguay, and most of us are going to ratify that. Many countries in the region, from my standpoint, from this regional view, I can see many of the common challenges, but I see also there are great opportunities. What you mentioned about these opportunities, business opportunities that can be created for the private sector, is fundamental. We need to try to avoid that divorce that has existed, where that what's responsibly environmentally responsible is not a good deal or business. So this is a great opportunity for the private sector and generate profits. So I have to listen and say that we're moving to the challenges and difficulties. I would like to understand which are those impacts, and maybe ask Paola, what is the impact that you've seen in socioeconomic and environmental terms of this transition to low emissions transportation, and which have been those benefits that can be brought into the economy, not only the macro economy of the country, but also a micro, the businesses, the cities, and the public sector. Please, Paola. Thank you. I turned it off. So, we believe that, of course, all this transition, as you said, brings positive impacts to all society, the economy, and as a matter of fact, I could mention that I didn't comment on this, that we're working on a urban sustainable mobility policy. So the colleagues that spoke in the first part of the morning mentioned a lot on this issue, and I wanted to mention that in Uruguay, besides having those relative advantages with electricity offers, renewable electricity supply offers, I wanted to complement that the idea that we are carrying along in sustainable mobility is reinforcing that idea that electromobility is only a part of sustainable mobility, but it's not the only one. And in that sense, we're working in this broader outlook of a mobility policy that includes those aspects. Now, this is for minister approval. It needs to be approved by several ministers, because we don't have a national authority for urban mobility, but it depends on the departments of the country. It depends on urban mobility. So departments are sort of districts, and they provide the incentives and tries to align the national policies climate commitments, development policies, to the actions carried out in the cities. We would like to be explicit in making visible these policies that we're about to approve, to pass, that sustainable mobility is not just transportation, it is also mobility is a right and allows the access to the opportunities for a more social stance, and work on sustainable mobility is to improve the quality of life, the access and opportunities, and work with people so they don't have the best, the lower income people who have more access, and increase the opportunity for those people. And this is why one of the ministries that take part on the territorial order and housing, this traffic must be hand in hand with the territorial focus so that the city improves the conditions for active transportation, and this turns into an improvement of safety of people in accidents and public safety as well. To generate those conditions for that the spaces improve, the infrastructure improves in cities, and for walking around, bicycle lanes improve, that you have conditions for people with disabilities, and also gender aspects like something as simple like baby strollers, which are carried by women, but also for people who are disabled. So generate those conditions, and for this it is necessary to carry out a very continuous exchange relationship with the local governments who are going to implement these actions. So the idea is to generate those capacities and that knowledge, that the local government may understand that sometimes there are very few human resources, and that we manage to make the mobility concept overarching to include all these areas. Of course, with the emission reductions of greenhouse gases as well as local contaminants is very important. Here we have a direct impact in the health and also a saving for the economy in reduction of diseases, as well as lowering of accidents is also important for the healthcare system, and also the local economy that's generated, improving those conditions of easiness to walk, more compact cities, which have to do with the ordering, which allows shorter trips, shorter commutes, and also change, but to improve. So it generates an ecosystem that makes other businesses that didn't exist maybe can be established in the cities and provide more access to those places in a more sustainable manner. Another challenge we have in Uruguay when facing the economic impact is that in Uruguay, luckily we have very high taxes on fuels and fossil fuels. So this, on one hand, is good. It doesn't desensitize. It doesn't prevent the use, and then also part of the tax goes to CO2 tax. So the idea is that in the future we might be increasing the tax, but so the tax load on the user is very high and it's quite elevated. So now the challenge when we move towards including massively electric vehicles, we also will need to find alternatives to see how we substitute all that income from the government that we will not perceive anymore, due to taxes to fossil fuels, which is not wrong, but it also contributes. When you add a tax to the electric vehicle, it would be contributing to not fill of electric cars, as it was mentioned today. So I see this as something positive, because if not, we wouldn't be boarding the sustainable mobility like we're doing. So the idea is it's good to substitute traditional vehicles with electrics, but also the idea is not to clutter the space of the city with vehicles like it was mentioned. So I believe that adjustment in terms of uh, tax load is going to be designed, going to need to be designed very well and generate the correct incentives for the use of that income in mitigation actions and adaptation actions. Thank you. Thank you, Paola. Something that I really liked about what you said is that we try to do is improve quality of life, and that's the goal. Finally, maybe moving from the technical language to the citizens, and we want to, when we say we want to improve quality of life, what we want to say is we want to live well. So the issue of vehicles is not only the solution. You mentioned a lot of things. What is pointed out is that everything is a mix of policies and solutions that play in a Lego house, where you need to be assembling it, an ideally for all of us. We must remember that the experiences we have shared is from South American countries, but we have brothers in the Caribbean who face a lot more complex challenges than us. And the experiences we can gather could be useful for the Caribbean to maybe face those challenges. But in the same way, maybe the ingenuity of being able to overcome these problems. I liked a lot what Melissa commented, that the electric vehicle issue is not only for electromobility but for resiliency, because they can store energy in case of a natural catastrophe. So it's fabulous, an innovative outlook that we wouldn't even have imagined, because we never have, or we haven't gone through those kinds of challenges. So maybe Melissa can
listening all that we have listened so far in this exchange. So what are the main challenges that you see that sits? Because remember, we have other countries, six countries with us today. So what are the main challenges that sits, in your perspective, are facing for the development of low emission transport?
Sure. So I think the first thing I would say is the cost of the transition, the cost of electric vehicles. So in the Caribbean, and I'll be speaking in particular for Antigua and Barbuda, about 60 to 70% of our vehicle imports annually are used vehicles. And that's because they're so much cheaper and more affordable than new vehicles. For example, a used ICE vehicle could cost you anywhere between $5,000 to maybe $12,000 US, as opposed to a new ICE vehicle could cost you $35,000 to $100,000 US. Now, just mentioning those numbers there, and then considering that the used electric vehicle market has not developed to a point where I could say that you'll easily be able to access a used electric vehicle. Now, when we are committing to the electric vehicle transition, where, of course, we're more focusing on passenger vehicles for now because they're easier. However, how can I ask my countrymen, how can I ask my people to spend maybe about $50,000 US on an electric vehicle when they are struggling to afford to purchase vehicles as they are? Again, their budget is very, very low. So if you cannot afford to buy a new internal combustion engine vehicle, you cannot afford to buy an electric vehicle. And that's as simple as it gets. So first, really, the cost. I think just even mentioning, when I say 70%, we were looking at the numbers recently, and we thought it was different, but we do have some challenges with data in the Caribbean as well. And we realized how much larger the used vehicle fleet is than we thought. There's this joke in Antigua that the national car of Antigua is the Toyota Vitz, because so many people drive it. And it's because it is so affordable, it's great on gas. So there's that point. I think the next thing that I wanted to say was, give me a minute. Right, so I mentioned it there, sorry about that. The landed cost of technologies. So you might even be thinking of some of the numbers that I'm listing as maybe a bit high for what you're used to, what you're accustomed to. So whereas I would tell you the cheapest electric vehicle available in Antigua will probably cost you about $40,000 US. That same vehicle in the United States might cost you about $25,000 US. And that's because we are net importers of just about everything. Antigua's population is 100,000 people. I know I've heard other speakers say that their country is small, but my country is smaller. So access to new technologies, access to these vehicles is very challenging because the cost is so high. And not only is the cost high, our demand when compared to other countries is very small. So to get suppliers to take us seriously is also a challenge. For example, in the electric mobility project that I'm coordinating, we purchased 2 electric taxis from Peugeot through a supplier that we have locally. And I want to tell you, I paid for it in December. And the delivery time that I got was March, April. Last week I was told it's more looking like July, September. And these are the realities of our situation. So that's not only a supply chain issue, but it really comes down to if I'm purchasing 2 vehicles for little Antigua and Barbuda, as opposed to a much larger country purchasing 200, they're not really going to look at us or direct their supply to us. Well, there are so many things. I want to say access to finance is another challenge that we do experience, because you might be wondering why everyone needs access to a vehicle in Antigua, and that's because our public transport system is notoriously unreliable. There are no bus schedules. Not really. I think one of maybe 30 bus routes has a schedule, which makes it very difficult for persons to get around. You can't really plan for it. The bus drivers make their money per passenger. They don't make it per trip. They're not paid a weekly or annual salary. So it really, I can't blame them for taking long. They want to make sure that they have their bus full so they can make as much money as possible. It's a very challenging. That's another very challenging issue. I think one more thing that I will mention is the challenge of stranded assets that is becoming more and more apparent. So right now we are already struggling with a derelict vehicle issue. And that's because, like I said, we import most of our vehicles used, which means most of our vehicles are at least 10 years old, and this is passenger vehicles. I would say the average age of the vehicles might even be closer to 50 to 20 years old. So by the time we get the vehicles, we also get the stranded asset, derelict vehicle problem, because we're very happy to accept the used vehicles because they are cheaper, but then we're also accepting the issue of how to dispose of those vehicles. So that is another challenge. So I think I said quite a few things, and although I said all of those challenges, I also want to say that we are very excited by the opportunities introduced by vehicle electrification. When we have consultations or show people the electric vehicles, they're really excited, but their first question always is, so how much is this gonna cost me? Can I afford it? Like, this is nice and all, but what about my expense? So I'll stop there. Thank you so much.
Muchísimas gracias, Melissa. Y ahí creo que tienes un punto que lo vamos a
make
discutir
a
en el
very
panel
important
5.
point that will be discussed
Varios
on
de estos
panel.
puntos. Stranded assets, access to finance, todo esto lo vamos a ver en el panel 5. Pero ahí también la importancia y el comentario que hice al inicio.
Importance and the comment that I did at first, and electromobility is not the solution, it's part of the solution. And this is where we need to address the different realities that we are facing in different countries. Maybe for Antigua and Barbuda, electromobility is not the solution. But maybe here I would like to wrap up and highlight what are the axes of the mobility that we have at the UNDP. One is the use, then we have the promotion of active mobility, and 3, technological transformation. So if we start looking at this from a perspective from the mobility access that we have from the UNDP, maybe we can have different solutions according to the local realities. And with this, we have 10 minutes before stepping out to lunch. So I'm going to take 2 questions from the audience, if we have any questions for our panelists today. And with that, we are going to wrap up the first panel, and then we have our lunch. I see some hands, maybe 1 or 2 questions. Thank you so much. Please let us know your name, which country you come from, and to whom you are asking the question. Great to meet you. Jorge Cárcamo from the Energy Secretariat from Honduras. The question is for all 4 of our panelists. In all your interventions, you offered very important arguments. However, I would like you to tell us in very brief words, 3 or 4 words, what you think is perhaps the main lesson learned when developing electromobility policies in the compliance framework from the NDCs. I ask this question because in Honduras currently, we are about to design and pass a law for electromobility. And as it has been mentioned, electromobility is part of the solution, but because given that it's a very specific issue that we are going through, I would like to know your experiences about this. Thank you. Great, thank you so much. Who would like to start? 2 or 3 words or 4 words? 4 words, okay, and we can wrap up the panel for today. Paola, you can start. The first word that comes to mind is coordination. I can repeat that 4 times. But coordination. Coordination between ministries, between sectors, between whoever is participating and whoever can generate the dissemination of the advantages, benefits that sometimes are not so evident. But communicate, comment, and coordination. Thank you. Juan Jose? Yes. First, I'm going to address regulations, then infrastructure, and of course, as our colleague says, coordination. You are not going to see the advantage of this if you do not communicate it well. Thank you. Melissa?
Sure, for Antigua and Barbuda.
But
People. Because, like I would have mentioned with the used vehicle situation and the cost difference between the 2, if I'm mandating that people have to buy electric vehicles, I have to consider how are they going to afford it.
Y finalmente.
And finally, Marcelo. Yes, I'm going to stress institutional coordination, not reinventing the wheel, but adapting the wheel to our own roads. I think that's what's outside. We have some progress, but we need to adapt it to what we have here. And being open to technology, not being close to technology. There's an issue of interoperability there. We need to make progress towards that. Thank you so much, and I'm going to wrap up there to step to lunch. Please, you can approach the panelists, and in the afternoon we're going to have a cocktail and we can exchange experiences with them. And now I will give the floor back to, or should we step to lunch? Okay, thank you everyone. I loved being the moderator of the first panel, and we will meet after lunch. Thank you. Maybe just one more thing. For me it's obvious, but in this QR code we're going to download the documents for the workshop. Thank you.
Hola. Les solicitamos a todos, por favor, los que están en el plenario, que por favor pasen al sector de almuerzo y retiren cada uno su comida, por favor. Hay que retirarlo, hay que volver a ponerlo. Sí, oye. Por favor, les solicitamos que pasen al salón del patio, por favor, a almorzar. Muchas gracias.
Teste. Colegas, buenas tardes. Vamos volver al salón para seguir con el evento. Por favor. Vamos volviendo. Bueno. Okay. Gracias, bienvenidos después del almuerzo a sesión
Thank you
de la
so
tarde.
much.
Vamos a
Welcome
empezar en
back.
3 minutos.
We will start in 3 minutes.
Mira, aquí hay una foto de cuando yo bajé.
Bien. Ok, entonces de nuevo, bienvenidos y bienvenidas a
Welcome back to this afternoon's session. In this second panel, we're going to talk about the development of capacities of operator governments of buses to overcome operational, technical, and institutional challenges for the introduction of low-emission vehicles in the public sector. In this morning's session, we had a good overview from Kathy on how we're doing on that sector overall in the region. So the idea now is to delve deeper into the vision of some countries that are present here and to share some of the experiences. Now, before addressing the objectives of the session, I would like to invite our guests to participate in this panel. I would like to call Fernando Mendoza from the Ministry of Transport from Colombia. Fernando, welcome. Thank you. I would also like to call the TPM Chile. Carla Gomez is a no-show. Okay, let's go to the next one. Kendra Heiling from the National Institute of Transit from Dominican Republic. Thank you so much. Kendra, welcome. And the Vice Minister, Manuela Rita, from the Ministry of Energy and Mining from Guatemala. I'm going to call Carla Gomez one more time just to see if she is coming. Let's improvise as it is a habit in Latin America, and if Candy's from Mexico. Candy Dominguez, thank you so much for participating, for filling in. I promise we will go easy on the questions. I'm not going to put you on the spot. Candy's from Mexico City and she works in subway and buses in Mexico. In this specific panel, we're going to talk about the experiences from many countries in different levels in the region, in the progress of operational capacities to structure the public transport ecosystem in our countries. That debate will provide a general vision of the countries some examples of this process of technical capacities, operational capacities for contractual experiences in the public transport, and also for restructuring business models that are innovative for the managing and the operation itself of different fleets. We are also going to address, and this was discussed in the morning session, we're going to talk about the coordination of interest groups. For example, how to structure and make this coordination more efficient, and some of the enabling conditions. For example, the financing, business models, as I commented before. And tomorrow, as Fernando commented, we're going to go deeper in financing. And in a panel that will be moderated by our colleague Remy Colfin in this morning's part. So to start, I would like to start with the Vice Minister, Manuela Arritia, from Guatemala. Thank you so much for participating. During the morning, Kathy commented some pilots that they have with buses in Guatemala. Maybe you can tell us a bit more about the status of Guatemala in urban mobility towards low emissions. Maybe share some figures, maybe some goals for us as well. Thank you so much. Thank you for the invitation. I would like to start by saying that Guatemala joined the mobility discussion very recently. In fact, the mobility bill was passed last year in August, and the regulation was passed on November last year. And this year, we are still developing, as a result of this bill, we're developing the regulations regarding hydrogen and hydrogen commercialization. In that law, we also passed a hydrogen chapter that we are working on this year, something that's very important for us. In the issue of public transport, I think there's a long way to go. We have a lot of challenges to solve, and some of them include a technical part. Urban transport is responsibility of the municipalities in Guatemala. And we have seen that the municipalities took this leadership, and for several years now, with the support of some international organisms, they were able to perform some studies to have the result that we are sharing today. This year, the Guatemalan municipality passed a bidding for the best route of 24 electrical buses that will be implemented in Guatemala in the next coming months or years, maybe 2-year stops, with the objective of learning from this first exercise. Of course, it took a lot of effort, a lot of dedication, a lot of advisory. There were a couple events or a previous event that might have, it was declared a desert because it didn't comply with the conditions of what we were looking for. But for us, this is a very important exercise because it provides an example for the rest of the municipalities that nowadays don't have the technical capacity. And another important issue is the financial capacity from municipalities, because it is not enough to develop these kinds of projects. So the access to financing and cost, with a competitive cost, is very important to be able to keep developing the issue of mobility. Another important thing that the municipality asked for us, and we were able to implement it in the bill, is that the municipality will acquire this according to a leasing model. In this way, on the long term, we'll amortize the light bill, and we, in the bill, in order to promote the access to electrical vehicles, but in this case to buses, we passed the extension of the VAT for buses, for the invoicing for the company that is financing. Because it is a leasing model, it's a monthly payment that has a VAT, the value add tax. and with the law for at least 10 years, which was the extension that was integrated. We will have that option so that the municipalities can take advantage of this, and that the costs of acquiring these buses might be lower so that this product is profitable and possible. In general, all electric vehicles in Guatemala with this bill will have an extension of 100% of the VAT, which basically in Guatemala is 12%, but the extension also applies for the first registry tax. I don't know if it's the same name in every country, but this is a 20% tax for internal combustion vehicles. That to start, we are not receiving anymore. We're not receiving a 32% of the value of the vehicle because it is electric. So this is an extension for 10 years, starting August 2022 towards August 2032, which I believe is going to help us. It's going to help the market feel encouraged to use an electrical vehicle, and they can easily access these kinds of vehicles in these first 10 years when technology is starting to become possible, and where we see the offer. The offer is small, but it is growing, and we think it's going to increase this in the country. Thank you so much, Vice Minister. I think this is a trend towards a direction in which several countries in the region are headed to. Regarding the registration fees, I believe I did not introduce myself. My name is Ludmila Diniz. I'm a regional advisor from the UNDP, and I am in the region supervising different projects of energy, transport. So it's very interesting for me to share with you this panel. Now let's go to the next. I want to hear Fernando. Fernando, Colombia has one of the biggest parks of automobiles and vehicles in the region. And in this way, we heard Katie, we understand that Chile, Colombia, and Mexico have very concrete operational experiences, but maybe to delve deeper, to understand each other. Can you tell us about some figures and updated numbers of this Transmillennium from the region? Can you share with us towards where are you headed in terms of public decarbonization in Colombia? Thank you so much, Ludmila. I'm a bit affected now. My name is Fernando Mendoza. I work in the environmental department of the ministry in Colombia. I always like to start by describing the park. We have around 17.9 vehicles, out of which is 61%, that means 10,000 are bicycles or motorbikes. This grows every year by 1 million. Around 6 million of these vehicles are light vehicles, and the buses, trucks, pickup trucks, and heavier vehicles are around 600,000. These are 80% of the contamination and pollution of the cities, and they emit a lot of greenhouse gases in the country. By facing this, from the national government, we have 7 measures. I think Catherine already explained this. It's a great contribution, what Colombia does, and it's oriented, 2 of those measures are oriented to manage demand. For example, 10 million motorbikes that are in the streets of Colombia might be active users of the transport system, and maybe they can complement it with a walk, and this mode of walking can help us improve and help with climate change. Our first measures are the development of other kinds of transport, which is oriented to demand management and active transport. Two of those are open to mode change, how to move the cargo,
which are measures that have a low potential, and we are very incipient in Colombia regarding this ferrofluvial model, but the large impacts are going to be seen after 2035, something associated to civil aviation, which is performance-based aviation, and we see that there are higher contribution in Colombia for the decrease of the greenhouse gases for the transport sector, and the inclusion of 600,000 electric vehicles 2030. So the models that are being shown from the Ministry of the Environment are to prioritize those vehicles which are fully urban operation, which have a high index of annual activity, which are the buses, the taxis, and the light loads, light cargo, and that's what we're focusing on, electrification. Transmilenio today has 1,485 electric buses among 10 and 12 meter vehicles. There is an electric articulated bus, but we are solving a problem with certification. It exceeds the weights for transportation, for passenger transportation in Colombia, where we're trying to solve this problem. And our great bet is to achieve, like the Vice Minister says, we have electric vehicles. The VAT is 19%, and we lowered it to 0%. So we also have 0% duties, unlimited. So we need to evaluate in the future until when we're going to maintain. Those should not be final, these tax reductions regarding cargo vehicles. So also we have the complex of urban mobility at a regional level. We have the roadmap for hydrogen, which was built with the Ministry of Mining and also the Ministry of Transportation. How would that step by step to achieve the massification of hydrogen in Colombia, so heavy hydrogen vehicles up to 2030, and also up to 2030 light vehicles as well. The next week we will have the opening of the inauguration of the electric bus in Colombia, with the beginning of the pilot or the test program, which we hope that a test is conducted and it provides optimal results. We also have the electric mobility strategy, which has all the enabling aspects to achieve the massification of electric vehicles. We also have law 2128, where Colombia has some conditions that allow that the air quality problems, so the concentration of atmospheric contaminants, so we see in certain cities gas could be a solution, and we have a law that promotes natural gas as well. Now, regarding investments, we have about $4 billion in co-financing to the transportation systems in Colombia, which I'll describe later. The national government generates or contributes about 70%, between 40 and 70%, and the rest is contributed by the territories, but I will describe that later. Thank you, Fernando. Very interesting to have this vision, and also what you mentioned. I believe we can't lose that point of view, perspective, that talking about making transportation efficient and talking about electric mobility provides actual real opportunities of improving the air quality, and normally those co-benefits are very difficult to calculate, but there are very interesting numbers today. Or figures. We had a very interesting article on the press that at a global level, more than 6 million of precocious deaths with matters related to air quality. Those benefits are not a minimum, are very important, and I believe we should consider them as well. Now, let's go to the Caribbean. Kendra, I would like to tell us about, because in the morning we talked a little about the challenges overall of electric mobility. I believe it's going to be related, but I would like you to talk about how do you believe are the specific idiosyncrasies of the small islands, of the seas, considering the barriers, but also the opportunities? We heard a little bit from Antigua and Barbuda, but it would be interesting to listen to the point of view of Dominican Republic. Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for the opportunity. We believe that the conditions are very similar. The SIDS have challenges which are important considering the energy challenge that they have. And as you said, due to their location, their size, and the economic limitants, also have important barriers that are important in implementation of electric mobility. But we also understand that our part is the issue of limitations and technical capacities and professional capacities we have. I believe we have to work a lot in that area, in the awareness and sensitization in operators. But on the other hand, as an opportunity, at our level, being at an early age, we can leverage the experience of other countries to be able to work in an orderly and coordinated manner. I believe that we can work, for example, on the issue of
desafios de mobilidade, de transporte, de mobilidade urbana, realmente são ubicados e são solucionados muitíssimo a nível da cidade. Então, vocês um pouco entender qual é o rol del Metrobus.
So the metro of your role in operation is some grandiose and some general vision. So don't worry. Well, I would first like to tell you that about the context of the metropolitan area of the Mexico Valley. Currently, the urban area and the federal district of Mexico City, we're 20.8 million people. We are the 11th largest collection of people in the world and the largest in Latin America. Every day we have 5.7 million private vehicles on the streets, and that emits more than 20.6 million tons of CO2 every year. Specifically, the Metrobus system, in my position, which is the Planning and Environmental Strategy Management Agency, we strive to improve public transportation, so Metrobus is the first system, land system in the city, the most important one, and the most important land transportation system in the city. Currently, Metrobus has 17 operator companies. We have 7 lines operating, plus an emerging line which operates in the Tláhuac area. We have an extension of 164 kilometers of confined lanes, 290 stations, 25 terminals, and we operate with 830 buses, of which the majority are bendy buses. We also have an important number of bi-articulated or bi-bendy buses and 12 meters buses as well. Currently, we have managed to move 1.8 million people on a working day. And from our experience, Metrobús, in 2020 we began a very strong work with electromobility here, and practically it took us almost 4 years to develop a project of electric articulated buses. We currently have line 3 that goes from Tenayuca to Santa Cruz at Toyac town in 24 kilometers of confined lane with bendy buses of 18 meters, which moves every day 190,000 people. This line 3 operates with 60 electric buses, battery operated. And what we did during this process was, first we ran a pilot or test program with one bus in 2020, then 9 buses in 2021, and then in February this year we got into operation 50 buses more. This we managed to achieve with a joint work with different organizations that supported us, above all with the technical training of the personnel. All the personnel had to become experts in this area to be able to achieve this. And I can tell you also that, in summary, the great challenges we had for the implementation of this line number 3. First of all, we had to design a bus that would comply with the technical characteristics necessary to operate in a segregated lane. With this characteristic, where we have a high user demand and we have an operation logistics with very short intervals of 1, 2, or 3 minutes. Also, to achieve this operational capacity, in the first pilot program of 10 buses, we operated with 563 kilowatt-hour buses, but the results pointed that we could decrease that battery capacity up to 480 kilowatt-hours, and with that we decreased cost and were able to achieve that the 50 buses had a battery capacity of 507 kilowatt-hours. Now, all the design of the bus so that it had the capacity of 160 passengers, the size of 18 meters, the doors would be sliding just like the subway, which provided more space in the unit, and the efficiency that was also provided thanks for regenerative braking and the constant capacity of the operator. We managed to decrease the consumption of power from 1.4 kilowatt hours per kilometer to 1. This regenerating almost 40%. This was the first challenge. The second challenge was to achieve a financial model that would allow us, like Kathy said, where we didn't increase the cost when compared to diesel, that we didn't need more subsidies. And how did we achieve this? Well, with the operation costs of electric buses, we know that it's cheaper to operate electric buses than operating diesel buses. Now, with this savings, what we did was we were able to reach a financing to be able to obtain this difference in cost in this financing. This we managed to do with a financing to 15 years with a low rate. And besides the financing, we also modified the concession. The concessions of Metrobús are 10 years, and it was modified to 15 to be able to offset all the financial costs. and at the end, also the cost of power against the cost of fuel, we got a savings of 700%. And the third challenge was to achieve that all the building of the recharging structure in the bus parking place was ready at the same time that the buses were being made or manufactured, so that the buses could start circulating and the charging infrastructure began operating at the same time to be able to stabilize the financial model. Well, thank you very much. Very interesting. This scaling of the test programs or the pilot programs, because it allows us to work on these technical capacities and this internal awareness or sensitization of the people who are managing and leading these changes. I'm going to use these comments and the insights from Candy to move to the Vice Minister, Manuel Arrieta. You already told us a little bit about the financial challenges, which are, I believe, all the countries have. I would like to listen to hear if there's any data related to these issues, technical data, institutional data, and also to listen a bit to how have the lessons learned been in this public-private articulation in this first test program or pilot program in Guatemala. Well, although the law, although we've had it for a very, very short while, we've had a lot of time of conversations and evaluation of the law in itself, the regulations, and we've been in very good communication with different sectors, the public sector as well as the private sector. Well, the example of this is that once the law was approved, the importers of vehicles in Guatemala appropriated the law immediately and now are using getting the tax benefits that makes the companies more competitive, and they are doing it right now. This is a sort of a result, a first result of the law. The other, we have now a challenge between the private and public sector to build this fast charging network at a national level in our country. In comparison to Chile, our country is a lot smaller in territory, although we have because Guatemala has about 17 million inhabitants in a smaller geographic area. But our goal is to reach, during the next year or next 2 years, charging stations in the main roads every 100 kilometers, and this will make easier that the people, the users that today are afraid of switching to an electric car can migrate to an electric car while they're based on their possibilities. This is a challenge that we're still working on. Another important challenge is that in Guatemala there is already a general electricity law that from '96 that forbid to resell power, so only the distributor could resell energy. So the mobility law had to adapt to this so that an individual person or a company can provide the charging service to a third party, and that does not imply infringing the electricity law, and of course they can't sell power for other uses to third parties. But that specifically for us it was very relevant, and to avoid any additional conflict that could be misinterpreted regarding the mobility law. That was a barrier that was overcome, and now we are seeing that the energy sector is very dynamic, and there are distributors installing charging centers. There are energy vendors installing charging centers, also vehicle importers installing charging centers, and in the ministry, initially the energy of those charging centers was being given away. And since really there are very few electric vehicles, in Guatemala today we have about 500 electric vehicles, which in 2021, before the approval of the law, there were 58 or 60 electric vehicles. Today now we have 500. Hybrids in Guatemala we have about 4,500. So in 2022 we saw an important amount of electric vehicles, new mainly, entered the country. And also Guatemala has the specific situation that being close to the US, we have used vehicle import, also mainly ICE, but we're starting to see electric vehicles which are already used in Guatemala. So the challenges that come now is to develop that charging ecosystem for the vehicles, that in order to drive that first part of the development of the law. We also, as a ministry, we're working on business models for government institutions. We have institutions which have a lot of vehicles. For example, the National Electrification Institute. Since 2022, we bought 2 vehicles for the management area to run a test program or a pilot program. Now we have run the first business case where the cost of the vehicles for the administrative area, we're going to purchase 20 electric vehicles for the administration, and we're seeing that for certain segment of vehicles, the cost is equaled in year number 3. We equal the costs of the ICE cars, specifically because we're considering that the electric vehicles, these government agencies, are going to be used between 6 to 8 years, and after that they're going to be resold. So these vehicles are not going to be, the battery is not going to be replaced in these vehicles, which is an important cost in the cost model of an electric vehicle. But the economic benefits are certain because the fuel, which is one of the problems that we're living today. The cost of fuel today, 1 kilometer with an electric vehicle is traveled with 5 times less cost versus or when compared to an ICE car. And that's very important because that savings offsets the investments in period from 8 to 10 years, and the period is shorter and shorter. The maintenance costs are a lot lower, as we know also. So for fleets, savings looks a lot more important. In the Institute, we have 300 vehicles, and the first 20 are going to be replaced probably this year. And then we will get a fleet of operation vehicles that work in the field, that drive for longer distances. So we're seeing difficulties like the range of the vehicles, the capacities of the batteries. So we're going to need vehicles with batteries over 100 kilowatt hours, which have a longer range. But we are seeing that there is offer in Guatemala, and it's very important then to promote business models so that the private companies and the companies that, for example, deliver packages or messages, taxis or heavy loads, can see that economic benefit that really exists in the change of technology, and that is going to make the economic part to move towards this solution, which not only has economic benefits, as we already know, but also has benefits for health and overall to the environment, which is very important for us. So now we're working a lot in driving the development of the technology. We hope that the offer of hybrid and electric vehicles, and later of hydrogen vehicles, because we have a hydrogen chapter, and we see hydrogen as the fuel that will go hand in hand during the transition and also the power transition in the electric part associated to the transportation. This could be a more efficient solution because the production of hydrogen could be also used for both things, and Guatemala has a lot of potential, geothermal potential, we have a lot of solar potential, wind potential, and also hydroelectric, which with the higher production we have in Guatemala, we have a generation matrix which is 75% renewable, which also for us is very important. Of the challenges, most important challenges of that 25% that we are missing in the generation matrix to move it to renewable is also more and more to become more and more independent regarding the supply of fuel, and also have a price stability in the long run of fuels by moving to electric power, which is something that we produce predominantly with renewable sources. So that is more than all the challenges and the vision forward that we're managing today.
Thank you, Manuel. It's very interesting to see the innovation point of view and how the role of the government on a national level is important to allow by means of all these regulations and bills, which is the change in the practice. We have a great news. Carla Gomez is here. Carla, I'm going to ask a question for you, but I'm going to go through here. But it's very interesting to see the vision for Chile. I also wanted to take these comments from the ministry and ask Kendra from the Dominican Republic in order to understand from the Dominican Republic, how are you facing these challenges from the public sector in order to adopt low emission technologies, especially electric buses? The Dominican Republic has a more complex scenario and context than just assuming an electrical vehicle. I'm gonna give you some context. We are the country with the highest rate of deaths by accident in traffic. We had over 40 years with a completely obsolete regulation regarding the control of traffic. So once the law is passed, and this is when the country starts working, and somehow they integrate all transformation in issues of transport, traffic, and road safety. From there, we created the entire institutional organization. So through the National Institution of Traffic and the Sustainable Mobility Unit, we've been working together with the Energy and Mining Ministry in a roundtable for alternative energies for transport, in which, and also articulated with our other initiatives, we have seen all the needs, all the conditions that we have as a country, all our challenges. And on 2019, we were able to promote our strategic plan for electric mobility. So with that base, we did an interinstitutional work where we invited the private sector to see how all of this issue is going to be promoted. And right now, we have a bill of law that contemplates all the specific conditions, all the specific criteria in order to encourage and boost in an orderly and coordinated fashion electrical mobility in the country and reach the so expected change. In the central government, we've assumed the commitment so that in the next few years, for example, the road that we have reopened, maybe there we can soon include school buses in specific routes and within the line of operators of public transport buses. So while we have this regulatory framework and that legal part, We're going to work directly with operators in the part that I mentioned before in awareness, raising awareness, because we know that the issue of initial investment is quite considerable, and that's where the biggest concerns are. But we are working with raising awareness because, as I mentioned before, the deaths by traffic accidents and deaths associated to emissions, greenhouse emissions, we're talking about quality of life. So I do believe that we are taking the steps, we are escalating, we're doing this in an orderly fashion. We are going beyond, we're seeing other countries, we are taking their examples so that we can reach that level of having electrical units operating in our country. Thank you, Kendra, so much. That was very interesting. Usually the enabling conditions, as the name it says, is the base to start with activities and achieve the scaling up of this issue. That's why I don't like to talk about pilots, because the pilot has an impression of just being a pilot as a demonstration purposes. But it is interesting to know the status of those progresses in the Dominican Republic. What I wanted to ask Fernando, well, how do you see all this scenario of innovation, of goals, of regulations that allow the scaling up of electrical mobility and public low emission public transport, and also having the vision from Mexico? My question is, what were the strategies that have worked in Colombia in order to guarantee the coordination between the different levels of different institutions from the government to manage such a large fleet with that vision of future and life quality? I see this in three sides, in three parts. The first one is the accompaniment that we do from the national government towards the territories. We believe that through the planning department, where we have the social economic council policies and the financial advisors, each of the projects should have a resource management manager and a coordinator. And we do an accompaniment from the Ministry of Transport, from the National Ministry of Planning. So in this way, when we reach the territories and we receive the applications, they already have all this information validated, and they will not receive a no for an answer. So all the accompaniment is valid. The other thing is the scheme of co-financing. As I said before, it has been modified since 2019, but we've been supporting this. We've been supporting the transport systems in the financing aspect. The government contributes in either 40 or 60%, and most territories access the 70%, which is the maximum that the government can provide, and the territories have the rest, because the low emission technologies are more complex and more expensive. So we do the co-financing up to 70% of the final value, and this is how we've been doing since a couple of years now from the previous government. The government changed recently, and nowadays we are in Congress, we are trying to do a new development plan. We're on the first debates. We expect that by the end of May we can have a law. And the second part, in co-financing. Co-financing does not approach this. As I said before, we have other repercussions from the climate change. But as I said before, the issue of air quality is also very important in the cities of Colombia. The co-financing came from complete systems with this modification that we're doing on the National Development Plan, and we can co-finance independent systems. For example, the smart systems for transport, backyards, or charging, and the fleet, where you can see by component, not necessarily the entire project. So the government can finance each of these components, specifically oriented to zero and low emission vehicles. We have around 3,300 vehicles being electrified to have more integrated transport systems and strategic massive transport systems. So we can say that all the accompaniment and all the support and financing is very current. On the other hand, from 2021 we have a law where we create a fund for transport systems, for general transport. This law promotes technology in massive transport systems and in light vehicles. With the new national plan, we have a system to support cargo, heavy vehicles, and individual transport vehicles like taxis. So the idea is that this fund is just for accessing technology in which the national government for this specific sector can provide a loan to the system or to the territory that presents the project for widening or changing the fleet oriented towards zero emissions. So let's say that this is a very important proposal with a big support from the national government in order to create this fund to access technology that we expect to be passed by Congress, but we do believe it has had a very good reception in the legislative framework. Okay. Thank you. And it would seem that the mistake of the national government is to facilitate this interoperability, because sometimes the municipality's governance finishes in their borders, and in many opportunities it doesn't exist anymore. So policies to guarantee the interoperability and to guarantee that these policies go beyond, they make an integrated system for transport. And co-financing, I'm not going to even mention it because it is key. Carla, I'm going to call you very quickly because I think Chile can contribute with a very interesting reflection, which is considering the leadership that you've had here in the country in electrifying the fleet of buses. How are you specifically entering the issue of the panel that we're having now? And I would like to open this for comments from the participants in the audience. I want to understand how you have overcome these barriers in terms of training, institutional organization to adopt an electric fleet in the country. I had a presentation ready for today. I think that would be more like the second question. I'm going to stand here so you can see the presentation. The road to electromobility in Santiago started in 2017. In 2017, we just started seeing the first electrical buses of the system, for example, with pilot projects, that what we've been discussing, and with shorter routes and more simple stuff. But then in 2018 and up to 2022, we started massively incorporating electrical buses in the system. And for this, we used the figure of provision contracts. I think this has been key for the acquisition of an electric fleet. the fact that we incorporate contractual conditions, administrative conditions, and economic conditions that can allow and they can encourage the inclusion of these kinds of technologies. And these kinds of contracts have an important role. These are leasing contracts. We rent the buses, and the operators are the leasers, and the renters are the fleet suppliers, and these are done by the Ministry of Transport, and they are recognized as provision contracts. And in this case, regardless of what happens with the operator, which is the leaser, the ministry is forced to give this contract that replaces the previous operator. What does this mean? This means that we guarantee the permanence of the buses in its useful life as long as the contract is in effect. So we have more guarantees to the financiers and bus suppliers. And also the cost is better distributed over time. This figure consolidated the public and private alliances because we had an alliance between bus operators, bus manufacturers, financiers, and electrical companies. And at the same time that this was regulated, this coordinated organization, we gave different importance to the stakeholders to distribute the risks and responsibilities. And we have some cases in which electrical companies play the role of financiers. And in other cases, some companies assume the roles of financiers and leasers. In other cases, bus suppliers, along with providing the fleet, they also took charge of the maintenance, while in other kinds of negotiations, the operators assume this responsibility. Electrical companies played a very important role in this part, in electrifying the terminals, because clearly this is a huge challenge to have a massive fleet of electrical buses and load them and charge them all at once. And the buses that have entered this are slow charging and they are charged overnight. Therefore, it's very important to see the role that DTPM had in order to coordinate this action from different public organisms. In this issue, the Ministry of Energy, through the CNE and the Superintendents of Electricity and Fuel, had a very relevant collaboration. Regulations were dictated and requirements were defined. We did a work of cooperation with different suppliers to agree on the power of the terminals. And this has allowed for us to have today many electrical buses, and hopefully in June we will have a 1900 fleet, which is almost a third of the entire system, besides having a high number of low emission buses with a number 6 regulation. Then these provision contracts, we had different bidding processes of bus suppliers that wanted to gather all fleet suppliers, and then operators might select to make an offer or a bid in this concession. This bidding had as a conclusion to improve the standard of the fleet, because there was freedom for operators to choose. We demanded that the diesel buses had to be at least a Euro 6 regulation, and with the new standards. This is more comfortable seats, USB ports, etc. This bidding was for around 2,000 buses, and these are the ones that are reaching the systems, and they're already in circulation in different communes in Santiago. Now, regarding the bidding of the use of different roads, the incentive incorporation was very relevant to use electrical vehicles. For example, the concession term is 5 years, but if an operator decided to operate with over 50% of its fleet as electric, the concession would extend 2 years, so this would mean 7 years. Either way, in both cases, concessions are extendable for 5 or 10 years if after a certain period of time they've had a positive assessment in the performance indicators and quality of the services. We also set assessment criteria. For example, provide a percentage by the amount of electrical buses in the fleet, And in this bidding, we also took the determination that the system should provide the terminals to the operators. This was very relevant because in Santiago we don't have a lot of spaces for bus terminals. So the system took the definition of being responsible for this, and we had to do some expropriatory processes. The TPM does not have these faculties, so we had to coordinate with other public entities like the Ministry of Urban Planning and through the Ministry of Public Works. This allowed us to have terminals, which is an essential asset for these electric fleets. Another very important challenge is how to acquire the charging infrastructure. Here, in the basis of the bidding, we did a very relevant definition. Nowadays, the system will pay the concessionaires a monthly quota for the infrastructure. This means that the system is responsible for this cost. In this way, they encourage bus operators into participating with electrical buses because it was cheaper. And we also requested to have a monthly quota dividing the cost in 158 quotas installments, which is more than for 5 or 7 years. But why did we do this? Because we made the decision of making this regarding this project, this contract, provision contracts. So again, we wanted to provide certainties, decrease uncertainty that might happen if an operator was not up to the task and the concession finished. So the ministry again is forced to compromise on the infrastructure in case if the concession is over. Plus, we have the guarantee that if we have this, is a system that pays directly to the provider of charging. So clearly we had guarantees and incentives to reach the progress in electromobility. Yes, I'm sorry, we need to wrap up. But if you want to make a final comment, yes, this is just the final thing. So by mid this year, with the implementations that was done in all these concessions in Santiago, we are going to reach an electric fleet of 1,900 buses. That's 1/3 of the current fleet, and 22 of the total terminals will have an electrical charging. Thank you so much. I think that Chile's case, the Chilean business model, having these kinds of contracts, and is a reference on a global scale. So we have Chile, Colombia, Mexico, Dominican Republic, Guatemala. Now we have 4 countries. The space was very small. So we just wanted to have 5 points of view, but all the information is very interesting and all the contributions. And happily, we are not going to have time for questions, but we're going to be around. We also have a cocktail. I would like to invite you to do some networking with the representatives here because they have a lot to contribute. I really appreciate all of your attention, especially thanks to the panelists. Thank you so much.
Very well, we continue now with panel number 3, socio-environmental challenges related with the transition to a low-emission transportation system. And I would like to invite the panelists, Francisco Alorzo, head of the Public Policy Department and Mining Policies of the Ministry of Mining in Chile. Welcome, Francisco. Paola Vizca, advisor of the National Bureau of Climate Change and Ministry of the Environment of Uruguay, and Gloria Lillo, head of the Socio-Ecological Transition Office of the Ministry of the Environment of Chile. Thank you. Welcome. We planned this panel because, as you might have seen, and we have discussed this before, It was mentioned by Vivian in the morning that there was not enough lithium to produce all the electric cars and replace them one by one with from the ICE. We're talking about an electric vehicle that needs 5 to 7 times more copper than a normal vehicle, which implies that we need to multiply by 5 or 6 the copper production, which is also mined, and there are implications to be considered there, and this implies socio-environmental consequences that you need to keep into account so that the benefits that we're trying to find with an electric vehicle make sense. In this sense, the experience of Chile is particularly relevant, not only because what it was said in the previous session, but also the lithium reserves specifically are concentrated in 70% between Chile, Argentina, and Bolivia. In Chile, we have the largest copper mine in the world, and we're talking with those who know about this. So we hope this is serve as a reference for the other countries. But we also need to consider issues of the final use of the electric vehicles. I was running a very quick comparison of what the weight is. Cell phone battery is 80 grams. On average, an electric vehicle, the batteries are between 300 and 600 kilos. What it means that when I junk an electric vehicle, we have about 7,400 cell phone batteries, and in Peru and in Mexico we're running a test program or a pilot program with the colleagues from the waste team to see how we are planning on recycling batteries. So I want to make a change in the panel because we are going to stay as 2 questions. So Francisco brought a presentation to have him respond with the presentation and not change things. I'm going to ask the 2 questions in one, so then we can accelerate the process a little bit and hope that we can have some time for questions, because we are, of course, always, as always, late. So, general question, and we will begin maybe with you, Francisco, given that you have the presentation, if you can load it. Thank you. Well, now, Francisco, if you can tell us a little bit about which are the main challenges that identify from the ministry to assure a fair transition to a low-emission transportation system from the mining points, and specifically to achieve this transition in the transportation sector, and also the fact that it's required to accelerate and deepening the extraction of key minerals. What policies or measures are being driven from the Ministry of Mining to guarantee to be able to supply this demand, but controlling or keeping in mind these socio-environmental impact, so that they don't overrun the benefits of this transition? Well, perfect. Hello, Francisco del Orso here. Welcome everybody, and a pleasure to welcome you. I am the head of the mining public policy of the Ministry of Mining, and I'm going to answer the questions using this presentation. First, let's cover from the macro to the micro, and let's understand that Chile has been going through different change processes. Among this, the society has changed, the industries are changing, and there are several challenges that at sometimes other industries came, and we've noticed that the mining industry is also suffering the same effects. A simple example was the opposition in the beginning of this millennium against large energy projects, and now we have social opposition against large mining projects, so that we have a large problem there, because energy transitions needs more minerals, but we also need better minerals. And that implies a new way of conceiving mining, a new way of conceiving mining from the economic, strategic point of view, and from the government of what we want for our country. Because this doesn't mean just extracting minerals and see how we capture value. Under that main idea, we can say that we have some political mandates. The first political mandate is from President Boric's government, where he says that the mining industry has to overcome extractivism. We can't just remain extracting the mineral and then, or the ore, and send it as concentrate in the case of copper. Also promote policies to aim to position the mining in Chile to conciliate the reduction of local impacts with the challenge of contributing with low emission minerals to contribute to mitigate the climate crisis, and it can be responsible and be a main player at a world level to contribute to the environmental challenges. The previous administration of President Piñera generated the 2050 mining policy. Also tried to replicate the same thing that happened in energy when in 2014 Minister Pacheco drives the national energy policy that revolutionized the sector. They wanted to do the same thing, using a participative process to gather different players of the civil society, the industry, the academia, and the government to build a mining industry for the future. They have 4 pillars. One is the environmental pillars. One that's in the street is to be at the vanguard of the management of the environmental resources, saving impacts and generating net gains in biodiversity. So it is quite an ambitious view. Also, the country has international commitments that we can see in 2 great documents. One is the climatic strategy for the long run, and contribution determined at the national level, which has the goals up to 2030. And for the mining industry, we can identify mitigation measures that aim at carbon neutrality in motor and technological processes, and also we talk about tailings management and hydrological challenges in matters of water infrastructure and desalination. We also have strategies that have been developed by other players. In the case of Chile, we have a Ministry of Mining separated from the Ministry of Energy, which in other countries are together on the same political umbrella, but I wanted to place the strategy of the national electromobility strategy to promote the generation of mining machinery and forestry, etc. So that's a sector for electromobility. Now, under that umbrella, we have been identifying different challenges and potential lines of action from this administration to be able to face these challenges, which are mandated by this different instrument. So, for example, we have, as I was already telling you, the challenge of being a relevant player in the ore supply or mineral supply with low emissions. But for this we need better or more or expansion of mining projects in the case of copper. So the challenges can be classified in improving the social and environmental standards of new projects, important operation costs increases due to the energy crisis. The costs in mining have grown substantially, and given that we have already mined an important part of the copper, now the ore, we're going to begin finding it in smaller ore deposits. So now we need to change the perceptions to generate mega mining projects to move towards a smaller scale project, which is still big, by the way, but also challenges in developing new industries, that what happens with lithium and other ore minerals. Also, in copper in itself, we have important gaps in geologic information. We want more mining, and so where are we going to do it, and where is it economically and socio-environmentally profitable to do so. Now, in social challenges is to find the social license to operate. The community right now is opposed to large mining projects. They oppose sub-industries that capture value, for example, in the case of smelters, and we have to find a way to carry out these projects, explaining to the community that we have changed the way of doing things and that we can be socio-environmentally friendly and even generate benefits in that matter. But it's not only the social license to operate, but also this same transition of the industry has generated challenges in human assets. We want to operate with new technologies, what happens with hydrogen, but in Chile we have operators of hydrogen machinery. Do we have anyone to render maintenance services? So there are challenges in matters of generating human assets according to the challenges of the future. Another challenge we have is traceability, information transparency on the mining companies, also strategic challenges in the government. In matters of gender equity in the mining industry, we have enormous gaps in the industry. For example, in the shift system, so that women have problems to access high-level management positions, and also complexity of our economy to overcome extractivism, so to have secondary economy to reprocessing of tailings, and in a close future talk about recycling photovoltaic panels or wind turbines. Smelters and refineries. Chile is a complex issue with society, but we have smelter cases that are very environmentally friendly, that are, for example, Germany in Hamburg port has in the city a smelter, and it generates production of batteries. It manufactures wind farm turbines, or also mining trucks. Why not make them in Chile? So they use green hydrogen. Well, some are my dreams. But on the other hand, in the industry that is already installed, mainly copper, we have technological and productive challenges. We call them minor and complex. Well, the transportation to the site, for example, for the worker to go from their home to the sites, several mines are using electrical buses to move their personnel. In moderate channels, we're talking about in underground mine, and where the copper mining is moving towards, Codelco is already pilot programs with electric front loaders, haul trucks. For example, we have a company associated to Antofagasta Mineral who is going to try a hydrogen train at the end of 2024 in Chile. In more complex challenges, we have the open pit mining, and most of the emissions come from the CAIX, and how we transition to CAIX in emissions. We have technological alternatives, the piloting and mining safety guidelines, an important milestone in the international mining industry. We have the first CAIX in hydrogen CAIX in South Africa, not in Chile, regretfully. And Anglo American did this, and in overarching challenges, human assets, maintenance, supply infrastructure, and green hydrogen. All these are challenges that will contribute to the mining being more friendlier with the environment. We're going to do this through the coordination of the mitigation plan for greenhouse gases that we have today, and the green hydrogen plan. And now, regarding the socio-environmental impacts, as it was said before, we have to concern ourselves with decreasing the emissions of the industry. The good thing is that there's sources that are identified. What we need is technological development to develop that in water, recirculating water, and also water supply using seawater or desalinated water to lower the impact on potable water, and developing advanced human capital so that local communities can access better work, and also in tailings management. We have great opportunities to innovate and apply circular economy with secondary mining to be able to provide an economic profit on the tailings, but also decrease it and generate less environmental impact. So that's it. And on time. Very well. I would like to give the floor to Uruguay. Paola, you have already spoken today. We know what Uruguay is doing in these matters, but also the same question. Which challenges do you identify to ensure a fair transition in low emission transportation, if you want to expand a little bit more the social area, welcome. But specifically, we're thinking about how the issue of disposal, well, in Uruguay there's no problem with energy, but we're talking about the final disposal of electric vehicles. How are you formulating public policies to consider this? Very well, thank you for the questions and also for inviting me to take part in the panel. So, maybe the first aspects that I identify as more general challenges, and then particularly in waste management. I believe that today I mentioned it in part. One of the most important challenges from the social standpoint is the cultural change. I believe that exceeds the electromobility specifically, or the waste management, or specific aspects. In an integrated manner, we need to work in education and in the awareness of the environmental impacts of our actions. I believe that it's something that we don't keep in mind, everybody doesn't keep in mind as we should. And at two levels, I believe that formal and informal education in the citizens overall, and here what we're saying in the change of habit of a sustainable mobility, not only change the car when the electric one is cheaper, but promoting active mobility. So we always say, talk to colleagues, where not only to teach the children in the school, don't cross with a red light the street, but also we should include sustainable mobility and to go to school in the bicycle. And if you have improved conscience of the children regarding the environment, it also includes aspects in the initial education of sustainability overall and also mobility. It is a good thing that we're working on. And now, or later, that I also mentioned it in passing, is the cultural change in the authorities and in the political players that sometimes have a short-term outlook due to obvious reasons. This is not necessarily wrong, but we need to advance in incorporating this integrated outlooks and sustainability outlooks on all the policies, national and local, and not only specific programs or pilot programs that we were saying before. Now, another challenge is to face these processes from the standpoint of the fair transition, a little bit related with what was previously mentioned. But in Uruguay, we have the advantage of, so we're not an oil-producing country, so we have a certain roadmap where we have a lot of capacities that were installed in renewable energy, and the same thing, we need to do this the same thing moving forward in sustainable mobility and other broader aspects. But I believe that overall, just like the change of the electrical matrix brought co-benefits of capacities and new types of jobs with the wind farms from the stage of construction to the different operation and maintenance stage, with more sustainable mobility and specifically electrical mobility, there are niches for new capacities that appear. Since Uruguay does not produce any cars, but there are small entrepreneurships of production of small electric cars that are being exported. They're assembled and produced in Uruguay. Also at the level of operation of the vehicles and the maintenance workshops, which are totally different vehicles from IC vehicles. All the capacities are very important to get them involved in a fair transition strategy, and also the gender aspects that have been tried to be included. For example, when the 30 buses were included with the subsidy that my colleague is going to explain tomorrow in detail. So the subsidization of the electric buses purchase, several conditions were demanded to improve the traveling experience, sitting in the bus with USB chargers, security cameras, low floors. So there's also gender aspects which are important and covered there and make the modal change more attractive. And so it's also a direct way to improve the gender aspects and accessibility. And the environmental goals and the environmental challenges are mainly to ensure, right now we have a lot of offer, but make sure that in the future we have energy that's still clean to supply those vehicles that are going to increase, the electric vehicles. And then the development of green hydrogen. Uruguay has a roadmap. I'm not going to stop there, but one of the purposes is to advance in the mid and long distance transportation based on hydrogen. But the roadmap of Uruguay is not just for transportations, but also to advance in other products like fertilizers or alternative fuels, and not only hydrogen fuel cells. And the issue of the battery have an environmental liability, which is also a big issue, where I could stop there for the second part of the question. There, well, in 2019, we approved a general law of a waste law, a national waste law, which has as among its principles to a hierarchy of the idea is to generate the minimum amount of waste and also to recycle, first to see if it has a second life. It depends, of course, but overall the principles are those. So second life, if not, it can be recycled, and at a later stage the final disposal of the waste. It's a very long law. It has different categorizations of waste, and also talks a lot about social inclusion and training for all those who are involved in the waste management chain. And among that waste, for example, is classified, for example, batteries, used tires, used oil, plastics, packagings as waste that are special. So we began working in a specific regulation for batteries for electric vehicles, keeping into account that we have a regulation for lead-acid batteries, which is about 20 years old, and thinking that the demand of this is going to be a more evident problem. We carried out a proposal of regulation with participation of several players, public, private, and government actors, unions, companies, importers, etc., all the players that were related with battery issues. And we have a draft now. We still haven't approved, but regretfully, but the proposal follows the same principles of hierarchization and trying to have a second use of the batteries, if not recycling, and if not, probably exporting it, which is what you do with lead-acid batteries. And it is very detailed regarding the responsibility of each player. You have several players that are involved in the process. You establish the extended responsibility of the importer or the manufacturer, which is usually an importer for now, and it's detailed what should be done and how to comply with a few requirements that regard the traceability and the best management possible of those resources or waste. Obviously, we still are not in stages. where we establish master plans, which is the conductor of that player chain, as that's how they're related to each other. Now the master plan needs to establish what the consumer does when they return the battery, where should he deliver it, and then that battery, how is it moved, where does it is it carried, how it's disposed of, what you do if it's going to go to a second use or is it going to go to recycling. Everything is very well detailed, and well, obviously this is a challenge from the point of view that it demands, well, it has a transaction cost. It also has a cost for the private. The government has also a cost of controlling and having an idea or a map of how the plants work, which with how many batteries are there, where are they, and this is a challenge. But since it's something that you need to do, because as you said, this is an important liability, and there's no international experience enough international experience to say, well, we're going to go this way and we have a solution which is determined, but it's very difficult. It's something that's still under process, and we're going to be learning on the go. And the regulation, I believe, it is very well thought of, but then we need to see in practice, when these wastes begin to be generated, how much can be reused in the second life. If it can be used for accumulators, there's a lot. The University of La República and the engineering career are working in researching this. Also the electrical companies, there's work that's been done, but now regarding junk or disposal of the junk, Uruguay is in a very informal sector, junkyards, and among these waste law, there are other specific regulations for electric and electronics, which is not the one that contains batteries, and so that's where the cell phones go in, and also the domestic equipment. So we will set a record of
repairers to have the people that have a problem with this device won't just throw it away, but encourages the recovery or reparation of these devices. That would be another way of reducing residue and waste. But when we're talking about devices in general, but when we're talking about this, it is not expected that we can make regulations or formalize the sector, but there's other regulations in Uruguay, and I think that's very limiting, because when something is not mandatory, what happens is that it usually doesn't happen as much as you would like to. And the last, regarding solar panels, there's a regulation since 2013 when the photovoltaic unit was started to begin in Uruguay, when you did recycling processes so that the panels were recycled. In reality, there's not really an offer for this. Everything's working. But the challenge here is to set all of this in motion, all these regulations. The waste law also talks about the financing and funds that is needed. Because once you do the regulations that are very complicated, you need to have the resources so that this can happen. And there should be a priority or a political decision to allocate resources for this and to make this happen. So funding is also very important in a way to set this in motion. And a final comment to wrap up regarding what you were mentioning before, the amount of batteries. I think I work in the environmental ministry and climate change, and I focus on emissions, but it's also important to take a look at the entire value chain when you are analyzing an asset. For example, how to make extraction of these resources sustainable. It's very important, and not just take one part, because if we are harming another part of the environment, I don't want to compare damages, but damages that can also be very important, or they can have socio-environmental impacts that are very serious. We need to we need to make a balance between this. We need to find a balance. And one thing that can work for this is not to abuse electromobility and head towards more sustainable paths. For example, the using of public transport that is more sustainable than just electrical vehicles. Thank you. Thank you. And two things I would like to highlight. Education, I think it's crucial. In fact, I think that last week, when we were in the energy outlook of the IEA, the issue of education came up. And in this transition towards transport, education is very important. Because people say, why do I need this? Or what's the benefit? When do I see the benefit if I do the transition? There's a series of myths and misinformation. And the other thing that's interesting that you mentioned is that, if I understood correctly, you have an estimated of the costs of this recycling, or did I misunderstood? No, unfortunately, I don't have this estimation. What I'm saying is that it has an additional cost. Because I think that that would be another area where we can work together. Because with this first pilot that I understand that Mexico is carrying out, which is a proposal still, but there's a lot of work to be done in the region, so that this cost on a planning level, strategically, in the financial transition for this, it doesn't have to happen now because we don't have any demand, but the demand will come. So we need to prepare for that. Thank you so much. And now I would like to close, I would like to finish again and going to the Chilean case with Gloria. The same thing. Your vision regarding what are these challenges in order to have this transition. Being in charge of the fair transition, you have a lot of work to say if you're considering this, and particularly how the country is addressing these challenges that imply finding a balance between the demand and mining the main income of the GDP from Chile. Or is that wrong? Copper, right? That's right. Is this going to continue? Is it going to increase? So we need to find the balance between that demand, that growing demand, with the maintenance and ideally the improvement, as Francisco was saying, of the environmental and social quality on a global scale. These are very important questions, very serious questions, and we are going to try to address them as best as we can. The concept of fair transition, to start, well, first of all, thank you for the invitation. Thank you, everyone here. I think it's very interesting to have these conversations. We need to have deep conversations in order to make progress in these international commitments that we have set for ourselves as a planet, that require important changes in the way that we see, think, and do things. So in this context, fair transition is a concept that has been installing because of the same, because we want to make changes that mean modifying people's lives. A very good example here in Chile is the cease of operation of the Ventanas smelting plant that was would try to happen this year, and is directly connected to the environmental impacts that this activity generated for many years in an area that had to put up with the impacts of an industry that has generated economic benefits. It also generated a series of consequences in health and the environment of the people that lived around it. The cease of this smelting represented a huge challenge for the Chilean state, because this was a state company, Codelco, and it represented on how to do this fairly, because closing a smelting plant doesn't mean that the workers that depend on it are left behind and are left to suffer the economic consequences of being without a job, but also for the subcontractors, for the direct workers. So there's an ethical questioning on how to address this, which is also important. Fair transition comes from that place, comes from how to make progress in improving the environmental quality and the quality of people's lives without it meaning sacrificing other people's quality of life. But in countries like in Latin America, like in Chile, and probably in other countries from the region, this also means facing, for example, in the case of Quinteros Puchuncaví, in places where they have already had to face environmental and social impacts that have lasted and that have perpetuated for a long time. So the conversation it's not started from the ceasing or the closing of an industrial activity, but rather it starts backwards. And I think that regionally speaking, that's a conversation that we need to address somehow, and that is related to lithium extraction, because we want to make progress in electromobility, something that's very relevant for everyone. We have identified this as a strategy that should allow us to stop climate change in a way, but this might mean that we generate other kinds of impacts in other groups of the population that are also vulnerable to the impacts of climate change and that now would be even more harmed in the profundization of the lithium extraction. So, what do we propose? First of all, the most important thing is that we should apply criteria once we face this, either, for example, lithium or green hydrogen. That is going to be a new challenge, how we generate industries that are innovative and sustainable, that can be set up in territories that already have a history and a narrative regarding this. And for this, we need to start thinking about participative processes, inclusive processes. We need to open spaces for social dialogue. My colleague here, Francisco, mentioned, what was the word that he used? Social license. How do we reach a social license? We don't ask for permission. We need to incorporate people. This is why I'm talking about a changing the mindset of how we do things, how to incorporate local stakeholders in the decision-making process, including the productive decisions. And I'm not saying that everyone should participate in everything, but spaces for dialogue should be deeper in order to acquire this social license. We need to anticipate to possible impacts. For example, lithium is an industry that has a wide experience in Chile, so we know what their potential impacts are. We know how it can harm a group of people or how it can harm an ecosystem. How do we face this? What does this mean? I think that you offered a series of elements that are going to be very important, and I'm very happy that we are talking about how to reuse this, how we address the entire cycle of lithium production, not just extraction itself, because there is a whole chain that is replicated. And here is going to be very important, anticipation. If we're going to create jobs to replace jobs, we need to make these jobs decent, better options for people that are going to face new development models. We need to make sure that we always comply with the human rights approach. Lithium is a huge issue. I was not present in previous presentations of today, but maybe you had this conversation, you have this in mind. Lithium is set up in places where there's indigenous peoples that have a different worldview. And we need to ensure them, we need to make sure that we have international standards to make them participate as well. And this approach is made for them, but also for other potentially affected groups. Gender equality And I see this as an opportunity. The mining industry in general is a very male-dominated industry. And I believe that allowing women to enter decision-making positions will also allow for mindsets and cultures to be changed in a faster pace than if we wouldn't diversify the decision-making process. And just to wrap up, I think that environmental and intergenerational justice is a base for us to have a conversation regarding any paradigm shift in any new industry, or delve deeper, or widen, or whatever we want to see it. Environmental justice might sound like a very harsh or far concept, because the idea itself of justice, there are some opportunities where this might be something very subjective, how to reach justice, but at least we should reach an agreement, and we should understand that the benefits of any economic activity should be distributed evenly, and also the impacts. And by elaborating a national strategy for fair transition, we aim at providing guidelines on a national level so that every sector can incorporate those guidelines in their own sectors. This is something that's been touched by climate change. And just to finish, the most important thing for me is that this is not just done by the state, by the government. In fact, one government is too short to implement fundamental changes. It is a long-term approach, but this is why moments like this are so important. But this is not just done by the state, this is done by all stakeholders. We need the civil society. We need to incorporate an ambitious private sector that has the will to generate these changes, because that's where we are headed. And this is also an issue of necessity. It's not just how the private sector is perceived by other stakeholders, but there's also this need. As long as everyone aims at the same objective, this will become easier. We can be more ambitious, and we can incorporate a concept or a perception of social justice and fair transition in any productive process. Thank you, Gloria, so much. And now I would like to open the floor for questions. I think that we've been very efficient regarding time, so we've earned a couple of questions. But before giving the floor, I want to highlight one thing, and it's time. Everything that you're saying is very important, but when I hear public consultation, indigenous people consultations, when I hear education, when I hear awareness, when I hear opening new mining projects, because the old ones are already exploited, all I hear is time. I want to ask you, how long? How much time? Because maybe when we receive the R7 report of the IPCC, maybe in 2 years, maybe we are considered to be 1.2, right? So, for me, hopefully 1.1, but I want to propose a stage, because now we used to be in 1 and now we're another stage. So we need to think in something that we can do right now. And with Paola, we're having this conversation. There are things that we can do right now. For example, I always hear electric vehicles, electromobility, but this will require time to do it right, because what we are discussing now, it is possible. There are the resources, we have the knowledge, but this requires time. And I require already in 6 months this year to have less emissions. I need to have this in hand already. And I think that there have been presentations, but I want to insist on this. If going to zero takes time, the perfect is the enemy of the good thing. I don't remember where this quote comes from, but now we need the good thing, and maybe the good thing is an intermediate decision. Either hybrids. This means in order to move towards from 25 liters per kilometer, maybe stepping 15 or 5, I would prefer that. And there are technologies that make this possible. So I don't know, maybe you can, maybe one word each, and then we open the floor for questions. When I talk about new processes, there are things that will require time. And this is a very personal opinion, but there are things that we cannot compromise. For example, if we are going to operate a new extraction mine for lithium, there are processes that cannot be skipped, and we cannot compromise in those. But there is a lot of opportunities to improve the efficiency use of the minerals, to improve efficiency in using resources. This has also been mentioned in the same panel, how to change the mobilization systems. In Santiago, if you've been in the city, if you've moved around, you've seen that the public transport Chile, the transport system in Chile can be improved. And I think that there are many things that we are underestimating the capacity of reduction of greenhouse gases that should help us taking more important steps. And this is just regarding issues of mobility and electromobility. And when we move towards livestock, which is another source of greenhouse gases, there's a bunch of improvements that we can do. So I think that the urgency is not necessarily by decreasing the capacity or incorporating new stakeholders, but it's the other way around. I think if we incorporate more stakeholders in a better way, we should also increase the urgency, understanding that each action will makes us get to the goal faster. Any other final reaction? Just a short comment to double click on what Gloria said. There are processes that we cannot hurry, but there is something that I see as an opportunity in the mining industry, which is innovation and development and research. This is also a very personal appreciation, but I've realized that the ecosystem of innovation in Chile around the globe is really, it's not articulated, and we need to make decisions in this issue. We're going to enable a lot of technologies, we can make these processes more efficient and more environmentally friendly, and the approval of these projects will be faster after this, because they will be more friendly socially and environmentally. I want to reinforce that idea. We should articulate all in the innovation systems around the globe. And one last reflection. I share the two comments. I think efficiency, awareness, deeper awareness, and maybe it's something that's not very well received by everyone, but regulations, norms. I share the intermediate solutions, of course. Let's not stop seeing this because we are focusing on a bigger picture, but maybe making progress in regulations, which is not easy because there are a lot of things that need to be coordinated. There's a political decision that's very powerful for this. And sometimes we don't have other conditions to do so. But I believe that awareness, maybe we can reach a good regulation. I think we have technology, science, goals, processes, but we need two key things: political will and social will. Society, they should massively decide. And this means raising awareness on both sides. And on the side of political will is raising awareness. It's not just what do I need to do in 2 or 3 years, but rather 10. I want to see my country in 10 more years. But now we're open for questions. Maybe a couple of questions if there are any. We have a question over there. Yes, good afternoon. for the experts in mining in our region. What's the experience that you have in lithium extraction, and what are the barriers that this extraction faces, and what would be the mitigation measures towards the measures that would cost to the environment? And a small question for Paola. Where do you export the batteries? Lithium is located in salt mines. We haven't known the lithium deposits in rocks. This creates impacts in biodiversity, and one of the big challenges has to do with water. So the challenges are in those dimensions. We need more research, we need new ways of processing lithium, of extracting it, mitigating the impacts. And for this, we are proposing to create a technological institute for lithium that can articulate all the investigations and research, and potentially internationally for this issue. But there's a lot of challenges ahead. So we exported under an agreement. It's enabled under this agreement, but I don't work in that area. I don't want to risk, so I'm not going to mention any names. But I don't know where the used batteries end up. Mario? Thank you so much. I'm from the UNDP from Ecuador. Thank you to our colleagues for an excellent panel. Just a reflection that might also be a question. You talked about different treatments. You talked about recycling batteries. The batteries reach Europe, Japan, to specialized plants. Battery recycling is a difficult process. It's very energy consuming. We need to do this with safety for people, because batteries come with flame retardants that are very dangerous. These are very energetic processes. For example, we have an exhausted mineral where we need to take the minerals from this copper, gold, and others, but there's an issue that takes a lot of energy. It consumes a lot of energy. We've done an analysis if this energy consumption is worth it to be done in other places than that are occupying energy in recycling. And have you done this kind of analysis? Well, thank you for that comment. That's very interesting. I don't have knowledge if this analysis was done. I know that we are making progress. I know that this area from the ministry, which is in the residue planning, is cooperating with the UN right now to improve capacities, and we are gathering experiences around the world to be better prepared for when this process for the hierarchy processes that it has. But I don't know if this is defined. I would say no, but I understand that this is an important analysis that needs to be done. I would say that Uruguay, given that all its renewable sources, and there's certain in normal conditions, not in a drought that we are living now, it offers better pricing in the night, and this could be accumulated into batteries. Maybe this circle can, at least with a reasonable volume, can be supplied without extracting a lot of energy. But I agree, this needs to be analyzed. If this hasn't been done, we need to analyze it with further detail. Thank you. I don't know if there's another question. Regarding the number of analysis, I don't have it, but we need to understand that the mining industry is an industry that's been active for a long, long time in Chile. And since it's dawn, we might say that the industry was not as efficient as now. And one of the biggest problems, we have a lot of abandoned tailings. So that we have the potential, and I want to highlight the word potential, in that several of these tailings, they should have a mineral law that might be profitable to reprocess it. Maybe 20 years ago, 10 years ago, no, but with the technology that we have today, they might be profitable. In fact, there's a company that's reprocessing a Codelco tailing that was generated in the 50s, and this company has their own numbers. So, as long as technology is making progress and technology becomes more sophisticated, we are going to be able to process more tailings. But there's an important potential where we can start. Thank you. Any other question? I don't see any other question. So, thank you one more time. And yes, the salt mines, there are some very important, for example, in Bolivia. I think that's an important part. Uyuni is a salt flat, and the Lake Titicaca is also a very important salt mine. And it's a Latin American emblem. So these are issues that we need to put in the scale. Thank you. I apologize. Let's step into the coffee break right now. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes? Yes. Thank you. Let's take a shorter recess, 10 minutes, because then we have the final panel and we have time to have a conversation because we have a cocktail all ready for you. So one more panel and the cocktail.
Sí, por favor, ya vamos a iniciar el panel 4. Gracias. ¿Qué tal? Aló. Sí, ya vamos a iniciar el panel 4. Ya podemos iniciar. En 2 minutos. Ok. Sí, en 2 minutos. buenas tardes. Vamos a iniciar el panel 4, que si bien es el último, no es el menos importante.
Although it's the last one, it's not the least important because it covers the role of cargo transportation in the nations of Latin America and the Caribbean. The cargo sector, it's important in emissions, is even more important than the transportation of persons, but it also faces specific problems relative to its own industry. It is an atomized sector, it's been mentioned before. On average, the fleet is old with more than 20 years of age, logistics, low occupation, as well as the transfer of heavy cargo vehicles to electric transportation is complicated. So you need a diversity of alternatives to reduce emissions in this industry. This session of this panel will talk about the main challenges in this industry and also which strategies can be stated for such purpose. Regarding this, we have a very interesting panel. We have Mr. Adonai Urrutia, head of the Energy Planning Unit of Hydrocarbons and Mining of El Salvador. Welcome. Mr. Marcelo Torres, Undersecretary of Strategic Projects and Technological Development of the Ministry of Transportation of Argentina. Fernando Mendoza, leader professional in electric mobility of the Ministry of Transportation of Colombia. And Antonella Tambasco, advisor of the Demand Access to Energy Efficiency area of the Ministry of Industry and Mining of Uruguay. So we will continue with a question to Mr. Adonai Urrutia from El Salvador. Which are the main barriers to convert the cargo transportation industry in your country, and what have you considered for a low emission transformation for that sector? First of all, good afternoon, everybody, and it's an honor for us to be here as guests. We belong to the General Board of Hydrocarbons and Mining Bureau with my colleague Guzman from the Vice Ministry of Transportation. We as El Salvador have a law, the incentives law for electric mobility, which has certain limiting factors and some points that must be improved. However, I would first like to talk to you about the current situation. Our vehicles are roughly about 1.6 million of them, and 44% are private cars, 32% are motorcycles, and the heavy transportation is 6.5%, which is about 104,000 units between heavy trucks and semis. This area represents, this industry is 22% of the total emissions of the total transportation industry, led by also 32% of light vehicles, which are pickups and panel vans below 1.5 tons. These units of heavy transportation overall have the average age is 20 years. 38% of these vehicles are new, with an average age of 8, and 62% has an average age of 27 years. Some of the barriers that we have identified, financial barriers, legal barriers, also technical barriers, and other kinds. But let's begin with the financial ones, is the fact that the indicator of man truck for the new trucks is about 66%, so that the persons or the companies that acquire, in this case, new trucks, are 66% of them. Therefore, 75% of people acquire used trucks. So the challenge here is to incentivize people to acquire new vehicles, more efficient vehicles, or second-hand vehicles. This is the case with private automobiles as well, since the purchasing power in the country is a bit complicated because the cost of technology is too high. To compare this, the cost of a vehicle is about $50,000, which what a new house would cost, a middle class house in a pretty nice neighborhood. So it is a challenge, a financial challenge, first of all, to drive more the electric mobility. Among the legal barriers, we have the law that I was mentioning, where 100% of VAT and other taxes to import new vehicles. Used vehicles, what was mentioned in Guatemala, we are full of used vehicles that come from the United States, which are already crashed and are repaired to insert them into the roads. The efficiency has improved a little bit because these vehicles come in pretty good condition, in engine and other things, so the fuel economy has improved with that, but we still need to have more efficient vehicles. So this regulation, it's necessary to include public transportation in this regulation. It's not there, nor the cargo transportation. Also, we need to reform the general law of electricity because we need to include a regulation or special area for the charging infrastructure, and also we need to run certain modifications or adapt the ground transit law to the electric vehicles. Also, we need to train personnel in electric mobility because we need to train firemen, we need to train technical personnel so that they can evaluate and face any problem in an electric vehicle. And also other kinds of barriers that we see specifically for the issue of buses and cargo transportation is interoperability, that there must be a coordination between the bordering countries, since the cargo transportation, in this case we have borders with Guatemala and Honduras, and we have a lot of products coming through those borders, and we send a lot of products to those countries. So it is necessary to have communication so we can have a charging station for both countries. Once again, in terms of legal barriers, currently the government is working hand in hand, and the majority of you here could know about the issue of safety, how it has improved based on the good management of the President Nayib Bukele in security, and this affects, of course, cargo transportation and public transportation. So this helps the incentives of these kind of laws and for these laws to grow. So what do we want to become? Well, we have a goal, which is to reduce the emissions by 25% by inserting electric vehicles, specifically in public transportation. Currently, we don't have a single electric bus in the public transportation. It's a great challenge for us to have at least one and have it as a pilot program to be able to prove the operator or the owner of the bus what's the idea and how's the business, and how they could understand this. We are also working coordinately in the institutions of government to formulate a national strategy of electric mobility. There is a technical committee where the interested parties are, which is the Ministry of Transportation, the General Board of Energy, the Ministry of the Environment, where we work in a coordinated manner, identifying all the projects that are appearing, and this kind of projects as like this one we're underway, it drives us and provides us tools to take them to the politician so that they can make a decision. Based on that, we also have a transformation in the multimodal system to make it a little bit more efficient. Currently, we're living in the highest stage of traffic because we come from 2 years of pandemic, and a lot of people bought cars during the pandemic, and now there is a collapse in the metropolitan area of San Salvador, and it is necessary to use public transportation, just like cargo transportation, because cargoes comes through that area where you have the largest amount of workers for the metropolitan area of San Salvador. So we have a project in mind that is being tendered, which is the Pacific Train, and that train, as a first stage, we believe it should connect the port of Acajutla, which is our maritime entrance where we receive the most cargo, with a distribution center where the majority of the goods of industries are moved, and where you could make this process more efficient. Currently, we're in stage 1 in pre-feasibility, and also we're evaluating different systems like subway or different hanging carts to make our transit on the city easier. So very important, the barriers that you have described, and also the coordination between countries, which is very relevant in the example of Central America. Now, I'm going to move to a question to Mr. Marcelo Torres from Argentina. In the case of Argentina, how does Argentina face the challenge of reducing the environmental and climate impacts based on cargo transportation? We ran a presentation. There are too many things. First thing we need to do is to synchronize this. Okay. This doesn't advance. Actually, this is a guideline because based on the dialogue and listen to the previous speakers, we expanded it and maybe not make it more dynamic, but adding things. We have a system of cargo which is monstrous. We are the 8th country in the world based on size, with all kinds of productive development in thousands of kilometers. It is almost 7,000 kilometers from north to south, and that size, which I also agree with our friend from El Salvador said, is also crisscrossed by international transportation and cargo by land and by rivers. So we find ourselves with a source of difficulty which is enormous, that you're going to see it in the newspapers, is that the harvest in Argentina was reduced by half. That impacts a enormous crisis in the cargo transportation. 90%, I'm giving you information, 90% today of transportation in cargo is on the road. But we have a very good information, very encouraging. In Argentina, we transported almost 1.5 million tons on cargo trains. And this, I will pause here to continue with the slides and the talk, which is Argentina is, in this long and wide country, is crisscrossed by railway. Our social, cultural, economic was built on trains. What did this do? Beginning on the 90s, we had 60,000 kilometers of train tracks, and today we have less than 30,000 kilometers, of which 15,000 are being used for cargo transportation. However, in these last 3 years, we have recovered 1,500 kilometers, and in January and February have been the record month in cargo transportation using trains. This is an enormous impact in production, but also it's a collaborator to the crisis of the truck industry, which is already affected by reducing cargoes to half, and the cargo train becomes a better option in Argentina. Waiting, all we still need to recover. Here, today we have 28,000 kilometers, 28,500 kilometers. Of those, we use in those tracks for passenger trains. Half of those, almost 29,000 kilometers, are operational, all in private hands. And I'm going to, it may happen in other countries, our countries have 24 different states or provinces, and our service the transport. So to apply measures, the only way the national government had up to 40 years ago, when they owned the railroads, is through the railroads they imposed regulations and standards and conduct for transportation. Today, that is minimal. It is the provinces who have their own legislation regarding the conditions of cargo transportation. Notwithstanding this is old information. January and February of this year, we transported only in January and February 1.5 million tons using cargo transportation. One of the goals we have as a national government is to get to 2030 in a much larger recovery of 7,000 kilometers of railroads, where it would reduce enormously our emissions. But as every country in Latin America, we have the difficulties and the opportunity at the same level. The problems and the possibilities go hand in hand. You never had just only the good things. Today in Argentina, we have the second non-conventional gas reserves in the world. We are finishing the gas pipeline in the first stage. That will imply, and I hope this is not conflictive, gas is going to be our transition energy. Among other things, because we're going to have it at a lower price than the market. We're going to convert to an exporter to Brazil, Chile, and Bolivia using the previous infrastructure, which was used before, because we're going to reduce the transportation of imported gas that we have today, which is about 1/10 of the trucks in Argentina. Therefore, I understand, and it was said here that the transition to electrics is a tool, not the only tool. So we have, with gas, a very large possibility, which is to decrease between 20 and 30% of the operational costs. So this gives you the possibility of financing. So
or more of automotives related to cargo. We need to reduce that percentage. One part of closeness, and that part of closeness will be focused to energy transition and not electrical one. We're going to keep talking about plates. The highway transport is around 40%, and this data is not updated yet, but I'm going to drink some water. On the other hand, I was saying, for the first time in public policy, we have adaptation and mitigation for climate change, where there's a specific chapter for sustainable transport. So many times the hydro highways, I mean how we change the name because of its use. It's not a hydroway, it's a rain course that in any case, it might be tomorrow or today, one of the most used transport in Paraguay in its exploitation. For the first time in 40 years, this water resource, which is the Paraná, is in the hands of the state. This might seem a minor information, but it was granted for over 20 years. And what does this produce? That today, for the first time, we have a clear vision on what it is being transported, what happens in the course, on which 90% of Argentinian exportations come from. They come from this hydro highway. There's no possibility for us as a country, if we don't go back. If you cut back to Argentina 45 years ago, emissions for cargo transportation didn't exceed the 10%. 45 years later, we're even worse, because we've eliminated the train, and now we're using navigable rivers. There's no possibility for mitigation or reduction of emissions if we don't go determinedly to these kinds of transportation. We have over 40 regional products that are over 10 kilometers of the exit port, and this cannot be solved. Up to now, we've been solving it with automotive cargo, and this has created a bottleneck because of the production changes. In any case, I think that addressing and having a big objective, and I said this when I started, which is the widening of the railway transport for cargo, and this is something that we can shorten in the short term, and the energy transition for gas, which is also a point in Argentina. In the 90s, because of the difference of costs, 50% of the automotive park worked with the GNC. Because of the prices changed, it is stepped from 95 to 5. Now we are going again to a matrix, with one exception. We have a productive capacity which is installed technologically to rechange the engines that are working with other kinds of fuels. For example, the cost of the resource plus the technological change, it will be possible for us to reduce in our own way, in our own crisis, with our own possibilities. We're going to reduce emissions. Thank you so much. This has been very interesting. I apologize because I didn't go through the whole entire presentation, but those who are interested, I can send it to you. Yes, thank you. This has been a great example of the reality of a huge country which faces other kinds of challenges from other countries. But what we were saying before, the proposal for solution for cargo is a multimodal approach. And we need to take whatever we can in our country, for example, gas, natural gas. And now, I'm going to give the floor to Mr. Fernando Mendoza. You already met him from Colombia. And the question for him is, what challenges is Colombia facing now in order to reach a cargo sector low in emissions, and what strategies you are following to encourage the renovation of the cargo fleet? Thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon again. I'm from the Ministry of Transport for Colombia. I would like to present the same figures that my Argentinian colleague showed before. Our transport system is based mainly in highways. We don't have a lot of railways or waterways, water highways out of the total of Colombia. This corresponds to the transport from Colombia. Out of this, 78% is highways and only 0.23 is railway transport. Let's say that this provides an indication on what our railway sector is. We have only 533 kilometers of railways that are inhabited, of 28,000 compared to you guys. We are very behind in the railway component. If this morning we had one of the NCS to change from the highways to railways, but this would require very big investments and a lot of political will. We are now changing governments, and the railways need to be encouraged so that we can reach this mode change and emission change and efficiency change and competitiveness from the sector towards the water and railways. As I said before, we are only 12.5%. We are the third country that emits the most, but basically this is focused on highways, which represent 78%, where trucks are 16.3%. This is the automotive park. As I said before, 70 million vehicles, 600,000 are heavy transport vehicles, where around 400,000 are cargo vehicles. Even pickup trucks, vehicles under 5 tons for transporting merchandise, rigid and articulated trucks, and the other kinds of trucks that I was mentioning before. These vehicles are not here in this number, but basically they are equivalent to a percentage of the particular material in the air in different cities and in greenhouse gases. They have an important participation. The energy consumption of the transport sector in general is around 41%. We've always been over 40% of energy consumption. Basically 85% is diesel and gas, 10% jet fuel, and a very small percentage we have electricity and natural gas. We are almost 100% dependent on fossil fuels. Even worse, 69% of this consumption gets lost in inefficiencies. We only take advantage of 30 or 20% of that potential, 31% of that potential. And so we take very few advantage of this. It's not here in this presentation, but I'm going to talk about how the automotive park is distributed and what is the nature like, or what is the property of the vehicles. Thanks to my partner, MAN Truck represents 80% of cargo transportation. This is around 400 vehicles, as I said before. 80% are one-person owners. One person has a truck, or 3 trucks tops, and there's also the case of having several people owning one truck, and this might be a barrier when we talk about competitiveness in the sector. What are our challenges and opportunities? We recently launched the strategy for sustainable national transport that aims at modernizing the technological progress towards the river and towards cargo. And basically we are orienting all the actions into modernizing the park to electrical vehicles and fuel cell vehicles. Vehicles with natural gas, liquefied gas, compressed gas, hybrid vehicles, especially light ones, and Euro 6 standard vehicles. And in river and railway transport, we're just starting. We are just encouraging and promoting actions. We have a railway master plan. We have a railway, a riverway plan, and there's a bill of law to reactivate this component in the railways. What do we have currently? As an opportunity, since 2013, we have a specialized program for heavy cargo, which is oriented to trucks over 5 tons, interurban vehicles that should have certain conditions in order to apply for the program. As I said, they need to have over 10 tons and over 20 years in usage. Who can participate and who is the object of the modernization of this park? They are oriented to the owners of up to 3 vehicles. So these are the ones that are aiming at being the object of this project, so that they can be renewed. This project of the CNS, we are seeing a potential of 1.5 tons and 30% reduction of emissions. I'm going to go over this quickly. We have 4 kinds of applications. The first one is the owner of the truck. They surrender their asset and they recognize this 100% economically, which is a non-refundable amount. They receive this money and they take this vehicle out of circulation so that they can assume another business. The second kind of application is the economic recognition, but they change it for a new vehicle. 60% of the recognition if it's a diesel vehicle or a conventional vehicle, and 70% if it's zero or low emissions, understanding that right now the technological offer is very scarce, unlike gas in heavy cargo. So the renovation aims at gas as a transition fuel and other recognitions for non-operational vehicles. They are also exempt of paying the VAT. This program is from 2013, but it was updated on 2018. So that's alternative number 1, as I said before. Older vehicles, and here they receive 20% of the economic recognition, and this is where we encourage vehicle renovation towards technologies of electric vehicles. But as I said before, in the first application means an incentive. There is technological offer. It takes longer, but it's very expensive in comparison to the conventional vehicle. What are we doing right now? The Fund for Transport Modernization, as I said this morning, in the National Plan for Development that is now being carried out, we adopt this model to use massive transport systems for heavy loads, for heavy cargo. They follow the same model. They include light cargo and other kinds of trucks. Buses and taxis are aiming at zero emissions, with the condition that this is an urban operation. Heavy loading and heavy cargo is diesel. We have the Euro 6 as a standard in Colombia. However, this aims at being electrical vehicles, natural gas vehicles, and even hybrid for light cargo, where we already see some offer in our country. Also within the conditions, we have the deatomization of the sector, which corresponds to 80%. Some challenges and opportunities for new ways of working is the formalization of workers, where we just, because they are not organized, they don't have a union, and that means that they don't know some of the technology, because there's lack of maturity for the financing, so that banks can loan them or they can help them finance the vehicles, the low emission vehicles. This is why we're working on the funding and somewhere where they can receive additional accompaniment for their own personal finances, because many of them don't know how to calculate a net worth or any other rate, so they need to be accompanied from their personal finances, because many of the transporters have contracts in which they are paid in cash. They don't have a long-term contract, they don't have a formal contract, they just offer their cargo services, they receive the payment in cash, and they don't have this banking that we say they are object of credit in order to finance their vehicles. They don't know the amortization funds that they currently have. They don't know what the technologies are. They have a lot of resistance for vehicles, hybrid vehicles, so they want to continue with their vehicle. Most of them are pre-Euro 6, most of them are Euro 2. We have very old automotive parks, and we have some Euro 4 then on. Up to this year, we started working with the Euro 6 standard. So let's say the challenges, we have many, and they are very focused on transport systems, and they are aiming towards electrifying light cargo and using transition energy methods like biodiesel or natural gas. Thank you so much, Fernando.
Well, just like the other countries, you have the same problems, and the response must be a multimodal response. And I see the issue that one of the largest problems you have is the aging fleet in this modernization. Now, I will move to a question for Antonella Tambasco from Uruguay. And the question is aimed at knowing what's the result of the experience of Uruguay to exchange the urban cargo transportation and logistics with efficiency, costs, range, acceptance of the companies, and financing mechanisms, considering this project you have for sustainable transportation. Well, Paola already commented this, because Uruguay looks at transportation, fuel, derivatives. 70% of oil affects emissions directly, but when we look at the vehicles overall, obviously, like in every country, the weight of heavy transportation in amount is less, but in emissions it's a lot. So of course it's less, every figure is less because of the size of the country and cargo. We have 120,000 vehicles that are used for transportation, and here we have this joint both transportations, also light and urban transportation with heavy transportation. So we have a development which is of road transport, 99%. We have something on the rivers, clinker and cement, and a railroad that is becoming reactivated, but is specific for certain types of productive chains. Because although we don't have many kilometers, we have dispersion of the use of land, so it's not so simple to build railroads depending on the type of material to be transported, and that has not been a historical priority. Now it's being reactivated, but specifically with which has to do with cellulose and pulp, and that changed the road transportation, and the reactivation of 3 companies of that size change the whole transportation system, because of what we have to move a lot of wood, and also, well, beginning of next year, there's going to be a change with the 3rd plant, but the reactivation of roads, which is mainly diesel, but obviously gas is not an alternative because we don't have resources or access or any gas available. But we're still analyzing this, but in this first instance, although the roads are public, the operation is going to be private, the tracks are public, the operation is going to be private, and really my role is from energy, but not from transportation. Obviously, the Ministry of Transportation is in charge of the policies that have to do with cargo transportation. But when we began with the energy policies, we identified the specific needs that had to do with consumption of fuel, and we formed these work teams, and these are two separate teams. One group is from the government sector, where transportation is important, plays an important role in environment, economy and planning, and another specific one which has to do with electromobility. And here I'm going to answer the question Lorenzo asked, specifically with urban transportation. Now, this meant institutional, regulatory, and standards impact. Before 2008, we had Euro 3, and in May, Euro 5. This was also a slow negotiation with the industry. But really, today, that introduction of these large companies caused a quicker renovation of the fleet. And what they were saying, the companies, the smaller companies, and those who have a very old trucks, and those which have more kilometers and larger fleet. The larger fleets are very modern because they have international standards to comply with. And also, we have a lot of what comes into from Argentina and Brazil to the country. So from that point of view, we worked together with the region for the labeling, but the labeling of light vehicles, and also we're seeing alternatives to improve efficiency, where it has to do more than with measurement software for heavy loads, and also with heavy cargo, together with Chile, Argentina, and Paraguay, and seeking some ways to lower that consumption, seeing that it is not the short-term solution for heavy cargo is not electromobility, because we're not going to be carrying our own batteries around the country. So these were included, and we have biofuels, which have an important effect on emissions reduction, but also the economic equation is not as simple. And although we're still mixing ethanol in biodiesel, it is not mandatory, and we're analyzing different alternatives. Now here I placed a little bit more on this landscape. When we look at cargo transportation, we look at light vehicles as well, and we have the advantage of having many small towns with very few kilometers from end to end. And with this specific case that I'm going to tell of a test plan or pilot plan, we found alternatives in order to establish the last mile in another technology, which are not going to be the most important kilometers, but they're very atomized or dispersed. So last year, regarding the world environment, what we did was promote utilitarian vehicles for urban fleets. Now, although that we worked in parallel at national level with economic incentives that have to do with cargo transportation, what we did was incentivize renting companies to buy electric vehicles and promote the leasing for 1 month without cost for the majority of companies and government institutions, so that all the barriers would come down to see if they could incorporate an electric vehicle in the fleet. These were 37 months of fleet, because the projects are restricted in time. There were about 130 tests, but there were more than 250 interested. And what's important was that if the vehicle was provided without cost for a month, and the project would accept, but they should report the energy and mileage data to see if it did have an impact. It wasn't to have an electric vehicle just to have them in your company. So it got data for more than 200,000 kilometers of those tests, and also a perception survey, which was pretty detailed, and which advantages or disadvantages were found, because after that we could design some mechanism, specific mechanism to promote this subsector of the cargo transportation. The first thing that the companies detected or mentioned of why they wanted to enter this was do with this real data to calculate the costs of including that vehicle. So that would be the first result they were trying to find. Now, in what situation were these companies regarding electromobility? Well, there was a lot of dispersion. People had knowledge of the technology and others who did not. And it was their first approach to it. And then, looking at, after performing that test, which benefits or negative aspects they had found, the majority, more than 90%, qualified it as the experience as positive, and were able to confirm the economic benefits it had on energy saving and in operation of the vehicle, and throw down certain specific myths on the vehicles. And really, in the negative aspects, they mentioned the range, but it's not that the range was not enough. The range for the use they had in the city was enough, but it was associated more to be able to charge the vehicle anywhere if they wanted to move on a longer route. And in that case, the company that provided the vehicle installed a charger, but a slow charger. And the negative comments were associated more to be able to charge that vehicle and the different recharging network that at the time the tests were taken, where we had more than 50 chargers, but in alternating current. Now we're implementing DC chargers for ultra-fast charging. So it was more about the ability to charge than the charge time. Now, if that 1 month test, they one of every 4 participants decided to buy an electric vehicle, and they included it to the company. So this summarize the results of this test. What are the companies that took part on this? And all the information is on the website of the ministry, and everything can be downloaded, the whole report, so you can see more details. So only telling you overall that tomorrow, when we talk a little bit about the subsidy, it's going to be more focused on transportation of public, but that although it doesn't apply to all the sector and it doesn't have large consequences on the impact, it being Uruguay an importer of technology, since we took down the first barrier of taxes, so they are totally tax-free now to import them to Uruguay, and now we have a investment promotion law, which is not only for vehicles, because the idea is that the productive sector generates income for the country that in specific for what the utility vehicles, but electric vehicles still have a more than 30% promotion, that the companies do not contribute profit to the country by including those vehicles, and there we included the leasing companies. So in that system generated, what we're finding, if I am cargo transportation or I'm a service company that also have to transport my service and my product, and I don't want to take the risk of the initial investment, I can do this through a renting company, which has additional benefits. For example, if the profit of the company is not as important as to contribute to this. So a specific that has to do more with deliveries. We have a support to tricycles and delivery motorcycles, that also we went through a whole comprehensive program with the importers to fulfill certain technical requirements, because we didn't say it in the panel, but we know that it's happening in several countries, that they're getting electric vehicles, light electric vehicles of 2 or 3 wheels, which not necessarily necessarily fulfill the safety regulations because they're not even updated. All the regulations are not updated. So the moment we designed the program, we had certain minimal requirements, and we worked with the importers so that those vehicles which were going to be promoted had a minimum safety conditions. And then a scheme we have, which is to any measure generating energy savings, not only an electric vehicle or any other vehicle, but any other measure, which is a cash award for savings energy when at the end of the year when you implement the measure. This is recognized as well. And this is a requirement to submit the data. So for us, it's very important to have the data of kilometers, because if not, everything that we're calculating and everything we're saying that we saved, we won't really know. And based on certain incentives, we are trying to collect that information and approach people to the technologies. So I would like to point out this experience that has already been tested in the real world, and this is going to be very useful for the other countries that want to replicate this and cost benefit. So also these enabling measures that you're proposing. Well, we are a little tight on time, but we have option for 2 questions. Please, Christian. 2 brief questions. Good afternoon, everybody. Christian Lopez from Ecuador to Uruguay. I would like to know how, so you loaned a car for the companies. How many companies were there? The universe, and then how was the mechanism? Was it an agreement with a private company to get the bus or the truck or whatever you loaned them? How many did you have? Just to know some details about it. Actually, you had agreements with the companies that rent cars or lease cars. And the project, which were already destined in the action lines of the project, there is a component, which is component 2, which is technological demonstration, which was specific for buses, and another which was for urban cargo. When we established the project, we saw that to reach a more important amount of companies, instead of supporting economically the purchase of some vehicles, it was supported by renting. So the agreements were with the rental companies. Those rental companies bought the vehicles, and there was an amount of tests that could be supported for that month for free. Then they would sign a contract, the renting company with the client, and the project was reported only to know, and the project paid the rental company. They did not have a direct relationship with the company, but also they did have it. But then they did have it when they conducted the survey. 130 companies took part of this. That's a list that's public. And since it was only a month, it wasn't 130 vehicles. In the first time, there were 6 vehicles, and then we added 6 utilitarian motors, and then 31 cars, which were some logistics cases that could be conducted with service vehicles, which didn't need large cargo spaces. Perfect. One more question? Brief question, please. If not, I will end the panel and will enter the conclusions section. Mr. Gianluca, please. Yes, well, I believe it's been an intense day, and if there are no more questions, well, I believe we're going to have some time now. There is a cocktail now, where all of you are invited, and we're going to receive the ambassadors who are part of the Climate Promise, who have seen their logos during the day. It's going to be right beside this room. So what I would say is opening the space so that we have the conversations that most of you would like to have with more details, but in face-to-face conversation. So we will close the day and we will continue tomorrow at tomorrow we begin at 9 a.m. Yes? Yes, at 9 a.m. Thank you for being with us.